Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an Object Show fan that has barely watched any Object Shows. And this is the very special episode 100. Let's play Object Catchup! Hello and welcome into Object Catchup, the series where we discuss Object Show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, this is episode 100, yes, which means it is the special. I have hinted it here or there, but you can of course know from the title, it is about One. One is definitely the biggest show that I've not watched in terms of just direct impact on the OSC, right? And you know what? That catch line at the beginning, barely watched any Object shows. I feel like after this, it might officially become obsolete, but we're gonna need to see. However, this episode 100 arrives a little bit of a complicated time because because we're not got that much time. Not gonna lie, these days being a little bit complicated. House has had some rearrangement, which means that, you know, there's a lot of stuff moving, which means that there's not a lot of time without somebody doing something, right? Which means there's not that much time to watch episodes, not much time to discuss the episodes, especially, right? Because, of course, I need to have a semblance of quietness for these recordings to be able to work. And, you know, I'd just be stuck here with the nitty-gritty. However, I want to get this episode 100 done. I don't want to, you know, stray away for too long. And, you know, we hit 300 subs, already surpassed it. So, which, by the way, I'd like to say thanks. I don't remember if we passed it before or after 99. However, like, it might have been, like, on that day. So, like, after I recorded it, but, like, before I uploaded it. But either way, yeah, shout out to the 300 plus people that have believed and it's now time for one. I don't know what to expect. We're gonna take it slow. I'm expecting this video to take multiple days because of just simply what you know, just because of my time. However, it might be even better with one because you know, one, I'm expected to be the type of a show where I'm gonna need to kind of think it through, right? So having that kind of night to digest it, you know, taking a couple of days to actually get through it, it might actually benefit it rather than marathoning it, right? So yeah, we're gonna watch one. It's gonna be in a little bit of a different way. You know, I'm gonna kind of have to sit with it throughout a couple of days as I'm not gonna have too much time, and it's gonna be interesting. So yeah, well, you know what time it is. One is titled Freefall. It released 5 years ago by Cheesy with 3 million views. Freefall. Here we go. Okay, that is episode 1 of the show One, which doesn't have an acronym. As far as the show doesn't get to tell you, I don't think we ever find out, right? At least as far, I've never heard somebody refer to one without its, you know, acronymization, right? So I think that this is a thing that we don't get to hear. So speaking of which, let's actually chat about this. What do I know about One? Because, of course, I'm not completely transparent to the concept of One, right? One is this kind of interestingly atmospheric show, right? It features a bunch of characters, which I don't really know much about. I know they exist, right? Like, I knew who, you know, Liam, I know about the show about the Senti, right? All that people. So, like, I know about them. Their existence. However, what actually happens in the show, I'm not 100% sure. However, I think people die. As far as I'm aware, I think that is one of the events that happens in the show. I think, right? Because they have the other series, because they have a spin-off series that I'm not watching because it's not taking account. I know that they have a spin-off series called, like, Investigations or whatever. So, like, I'm pretty sure that means that somebody has to die, right, for you to investigate it. So, that stuff is kind of going on. So those are the kind of tidbits I'm kind of entering One here with. But other than that, I'm relatively spoiler free in terms of events. I don't actually know what events transpire necessarily, right? So we start off here with a cold open here of the city with a couple of fellas. We get to see the fact that work has ended over in the office where Liam, or Backpack as I guess I'll call him, is saying we get to witness the one art style for the first time. So the one art style, very iconic art style at the end of the day, it's categorized, I would say, by being super thin. You know, like the limbs are super thin in the way that they in the way that they operate. The mouths are kind of more line. We end up having also background details being drawn in this little bit of a way, sometimes utilizing a bit more of a square brush, so like, you know, not anti-aliased. So I say like that kind of makes for a little bit of the one art style, which, you know, we have encountered a little bit in a couple of other shows, which of course try to emulate it because it has happened. That it tends to, you know, happen. So yeah, and as Liam is off in the bike ride, we see them randomly teleport away from the bike. Yes, the bike ends up just kind of staying there completely alone, and not too much is transpiring. Then we even get to see, I think, the baby tomato ends up getting put in. We don't get to find out if they have a real name. I mean, presumably they're not called Tomato, but we see the one intro transition into it, because of course there is the original soundtrack for one, because Cheesy is a music composer as well. I think that's the main thing that they do right now, because I don't think they make object shows now, but the main thing they do is music. So one has its own custom soundtrack. A couple of songs are pretty iconic. I know there's like Spa or whatever. It's the one that plays, right? From time to time. So at least it played once, right? The song that plays during the tomato getting put to bed scene, right? That one. So we get to see that, and then they proceed to get teleported away onto the this grassland. Okay. By the way, interesting. Why they can move? They moved this triangle. I thought that was just grass. What is that? Hold on. Now that they think they moved it, like they took this grass triangle as if it's not, like, is that not grass? What object is it? Okay, that's interesting. What is the ground made out of? They proceed to wake up. We end up getting a couple of people, and as you can see, they get teleported whatever in the middle of whatever they were doing. So Magazine was having a heavy Magazine or Taylor, I think, was having a chit chat with her friends. Senti was meditating. Then Soda Bottle was sleeping. Moldy was having a heated argument. It was heated. So they were doing that. And of course, as we know, Backpack was just going on there on the bicycle, so which means that they teleport with momentum and crash headfirst into the ground. As Airy shows up. I guess they're always there. So they're the hosts. They're this mysterious voice from the air, right? They're invisible, presumably because they're called Airy. Seems like, I feel like this is the type of show where, like, that's not true. I'm getting vibes of lying. You know, it's kind of like, there's actually a guy in a cabin like 4 miles away. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm really believing it. Like, maybe there is just this epic entity called Airy. However, I don't know. Currently, I'm gonna be a little bit skeptical. I'm gonna keep possibility that Airy's actually just like a guy, you know, who's being mysterious, especially because he has a microphone. Like, you know, he's moving a microphone, right? Like, that's a microphone, you know, which means he's not there. Wait, no, he has to be a guy. Let's think about it. Hold on. It's like, if he was just there, he wouldn't need a microphone. He would just be talking to them, right? Like, even if you're the air. So I'm thinking that that's just a guy who somehow found a speaker thing, right? Because, like, he's got to be, because he's talking to a microphone. The other characters don't talk to a microphone. They're just talking, right? So, I think that's, I don't know. We have the competition, call one. So the contestants, of course, are confused because what the hell is going on. They end up being like, yo, I need to get back to work and bullshit, right? So, yeah, however, we end up going like, look, you get one wish for anything you could possibly want. Money, immortality, anything. So that is officially the prize. In terms of Object Show prizes, it is not one of the most unique. However, it of course is a good prize, and it convinces some of the people to stay relatively safely. The other people don't really get to have too much of a discussion to it. Eri is a very dismissive character in the way that they're kind of hosting, right? You can see it, they're kind of in the dismissive way where a character will submit a complaint, you hear the complaint, and then you say something else, right? You ignore it directly. You take it into account if you need to respond to it. However, you don't need to respond to it, you're doing it, right? It's a very kind of, it's a media-trained host in a way, right? Or like they'll listen to the complaint and then they'll answer in the way that benefits them the most, right? They're not necessarily going to just directly answer. They will sort of twist it around, right? So yeah, we proceed to discover after Tomato gets crushed by a gigantic pile of wood, and Backpack gets heavily surprised that Tomato gets revived, because in this universe, or at least in this plains, in this grass, you cannot die. You will get respawned by Eri if you do, which means that of course, these characters are temporarily immortal. Challenge is to remain on your platform. If you're one of the first two people to fall off, you're eliminated, which is incorrect because you're actually put up for elimination, but, you know, I guess we put it inconspicuously right there. And then they proceed to get teleported into their pieces of wood. Tomato proceeds to immediately fall off twice. They don't have the balance for it, I guess, and they proceed to fall off into the ground. So they're the first one to be out. So everybody else proceeds to stand on to relative degrees of success. Mostly everyone is doing kind of a one-leg stand thing. I will admit, in the way that it's animated, there nearly always looks like there is definitely space, right? Like, I don't think there's, like, I think the idea is that there isn't supposed to be that much space, you know, it's kind of like a log. However, from the way that the style ends up showing it off, like, it does kind of look like there is that one, like, there is some space here, you know, to put the other leg in, but okay, look, we'll be chilling. I think somebody manages to do it. I don't remember who does. Oh yeah, Magazine could do it. But anyways, Backpack proceeds to eventually lose their balance, and in the last second they manage to lunge and grab onto the pole of Soda Bottle. However, they're just kind of hanging there. They can't get back up because there's not really enough space. So they just kind of have to hang on and hope somebody else falls. However, everybody else seems to have relatively good balancing. They don't seem like they're gonna fall anytime soon. So they end up being relatively solid. While they chat about it, we end up having a couple of fellas telling them where they live. Where do they live? Hold on. Soda Bottle lives in Bridgeport, which I don't think is a place that exists IRL. And then there's Bay Area in San Francisco. San Francisco does exist in the real world. We'll see, I guess we'll try to see how many places exist. I mean, Bridgeport might. Does Bridgeport exist? I mean, it could. Hold on. Bridgeport. Is this a place? It is a... Wait, hold on. What? Bridgeport is a city? Yo. Bridgeport is the most populous city in Connecticut. I did not know that. What? To be fair, I don't know anything about Connecticut. I don't know why I would know anything about Connecticut. Okay, never mind. My apologies. Bridgeport is real, boys. Okay, never mind. So both of those are places that exist. So I guess that makes sense why the guy's confused about San Francisco. Anyways, we end up having Senti be like, hey, this challenge is made for me. What is this? What are these bars? Then again, any normal person could find it safe to assume that thinking this host pick us specifically out of nearly 8 billion people on Earth could be considered egotistical. Fair. I mean, Senti does have to kind of narrow it down a little bit. I understand 8 billion people on Earth. However, we don't have anybody that, you know, doesn't seem to be from the US here. You know, I think they're all, you know, English speaking, so we're probably narrowed it down to like, what, 100 million. I mean, that's still a lot, but you got to kind of think about it in that direction, you know. Where like, it's not like that. It's not like crazy, but yeah, I get it. But yeah, they're being like, okay, I guess it is if we think like that we were picked out so specifically, then maybe we would get challenges tailored for us, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I see that theory. I feel like it's wrong. I don't think Senti's right here, because, like, the thing about it is that, I don't think there's that much of a selection process, right? Because you just wouldn't pick a baby, right? Like, you just wouldn't necessarily pick that, like, for the show. So, I just think that certain aspects of it are kind of like, yeah, I don't know. But anyways, after we end up discovering that, after we end up hearing out that Eri explains the actual elimination system, which means that a few weeks to a few months is how long one actually takes as a competition, I think Soda Bottle and Seti proceed to try to fall off to try to get up for Elam, so that way they can get out. However, unfortunately, Liam proceeds to slip, or Backpack, I don't know. Backpack proceeds to slip and fall down first, which means that they survive. However, the fall definitely hurts both Soda Bottle and them. They seem to be kind of they're very sort of, their head hurts, which fair enough. Senti, in the meantime, dies because they're made out of glass, but it ends up doing that. Soda Bottle seems to be okay, but Backpack's just gone. Backpack's passed out. So, yeah, Tomato and Backpack are the first two up for elimination. This is a dangerous elimination because we don't know what happens yet. Right? We don't know what happens yet in eliminations. And I don't know. This show gives me vibes of dying. Again, I'm telling you, I feel like people die. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like people die in this show. So of course, one of the immediate dangers when I see an elimination, like when I'm seeing an elimination in kind of the darker show, I'm getting worried, because what does that mean, right? Like, if Tomato gets out, we're not just we can't just be sending Tomato back to wherever the hell they were, right? That doesn't work. That doesn't make sense, right? So I don't know what's gonna. So that's kind of weird. Like, are they gonna be put in a TLC type place? Are they gonna be stuck in a room forever? Are they gonna just be like? Are they gonna actually be sent back? Are we gonna be nice? Are they gonna die? Is that what's gonna happen? Right? What is gonna actually happen to these people? Right? Because of course, because of the direct tie-in between this concept and the fact that these characters have lives and there's a real world going on, presumably what's going on, and what I'm going to guess happens in this show, okay, because, again, investigations, theme, and whatever, I'm thinking that what might occur, right, is these people get officially declared missing. That's what I'm presuming happens, because it would just make sense, right? Because it's like, all right, what could happen is that, these people randomly get taken away. The guy doesn't show up to work the next day, right? They can't leave because they don't know where they are, and they're not even probably on the same place. Like, they're not even in the avenue of the same place, right? It's not like that's a random field in Arizona. That's probably Mars, okay? So, they're just... stuff's happening, right? So they can't leave. They literally can't leave. If they get eliminated, they might die. So that means that missing people report is going to be gone, right? Like, the Tomato mom or whatever is not just going to wake up, see Tomato not there, and not go, like, insane, right? So something's going on. Immediately by the next day, rumbling should already start happening, right? So then what is going to happen? We might get a couple of missing people report at the same time, and you start getting suspicious, like, hey, why did 5 people randomly go missing at the same time? I mean, maybe not because they're in different cities, so they count as different places, but it might still kind of connect the dots. I don't know. But that's my initial presumption. Okay, my initial presumption is that that's what's going to happen, is that the people are going to be called missing. So that way there's sort of a show plot, and there's also sort of a discovery plot as those people try to figure out what the fuck happened, right? So I think that's what's going to happen. So yeah, I'm gonna kind of submit my theories here. I don't know how much I'm gonna do it, right? Because I feel like I'm gonna share what I think, okay? Because, at the end of the day, it's about thinking, it's about sharing, it's about doing it, whatever. You notice that these sections are gonna talk for a bit more than usual, because episode 100, who the hell cares, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm not necessarily out here to try to be correct. I'm just trying to have the experience, especially because, One is one of the most analyzed object shows that there currently is, right? There's like a whole video essay with 1 billion views, right? And all that stuff, right? So, like, all of that is way more thought out than this. If you want accurate things, you can go listen to it there. However, if you want to know what I just think might happen in the story here, for as a new viewer, you can see it and laugh at just how incorrect I am. We get a final shot of like yogurt leaving a fridge. I don't even know what that is. What is it? It's like an ice cream. It's like milk. It's like cream. It's like cream cheese. I think, or something. It's like cheese. Cheese has left the fridge, the refrigeration unit. So okay, all right. It's time for episode 2 of 1, which is titled "Just Stripped." Here we go. Okay, that is episode 2 of 1, Just Tripped. So, yeah, I was way wrong in episode 1, with any theories or ideas. So it turns out that in this episode, we end up having, more contestants join the game. Yes, more contestants get fetched out to join the game, because they can do that. I guess it explains the episode count a little bit more, because it was a thing that was like on the back of my mind, but like, hold on, this is not enough characters for 18 episodes. So what's happening, right? However, I mean, I think it's still not enough characters for 18 episodes, but like. You know, it's a bit more, I guess, but yeah, I don't know how we get to 18 episodes. Okay, that's just the thing. I love that is just the type of thing where it's just like, look, that's a detail that doesn't quite make sense here right now yet. However, you know, maybe one day, maybe one of these hours, maybe one of these decades, right? One can try. So, yeah. All right. However, I will admit this episode is great, because it shows writing very clearly. It shows a lot of writing intent. It shows a lot of writing intention, right here from the get-go, right? Because one of the most important writing tips, and in fact, it was a tip in the 100 tips video that, as one post, I think it was Polypon's tip, Creator Moss, it was that you should get in the character's head, right? You need to sort of understand what, like, you need to know what their opinion is on stuff. However, you need to not only know what their opinion on stuff is, but why, based on life experience. And you get to see that being placed right here, bang on in this series, right? So, what happens in this episode? We end up having the regular contestants, the regular core group of contestants, which at the end of the day are heavily focused on getting back to their lives, because they have built this society where things are important to them, right? In a way where it's like things are important to them. In the way where it's like they are important to things and people, and therefore things and people are important to them, right? You know, like having a job is important, paying rent is important, you know, not being homeless is important, right? Because in their universe, these are things that matter, right? They have built the society, which means that they need to uphold it. They need to get back to the people they like. They need to not make people worried. They need to just not do that stuff, right? However, is one of those situations where it's like, then you get these new people. Now, these new contestants are apparently spawns from Earth, yeah, from our world, or at least a variant of our world, of course, where they're just regular people, and then random objects get taken and teleported here and brought to life. Apparently, in this variant of Earth, the objects were always conscious, and therefore are always capable of turning, you know, of creating faces and limbs. However, they don't do that out of principle, because humans are stronger than them, and therefore can do it, and therefore it's bad, right? However, I will admit that it is a very interesting theory. That it is a very interesting situation, because if you think about it, doesn't that mean that certain objects would eventually just outweigh it, right? I mean, think about it. If, like, an airplane proceeds to, like, turn into a human, okay, do you think there's much that the humans can do about that? I feel like no, right? Like, there's a certain category of object. Like, if the fridge that I'm looking at right now suddenly started to grow limbs and wanted to beat me, I'm not winning that battle. I'm losing. So, like, it is an interesting prospect for the factor that, like, objects sort of have consciousness in the way that like they're supposed to they're like, you know, they hide consciousness in the way that they want to be weak, that they're weak to the overlords. However, there are certain objects that would just be stronger. So I don't know, I feel like that's an interesting side idea that it, of course, will not be explored. However, it's like interesting. But and what was on about? Oh, yeah, on about writing. So basically, these people, because of the fact that they end up pretty much living a life of not getting to make their own decisions, right? Where they are is based on whatever else, but they tend to not do much movement, and they tend to just kind of sit there, right? Which means that they don't have expectations. They don't have things that they care about at the end of the day, right? They don't have things that are important to them. They don't get to have conversations. They don't get to have friends. They don't get to have much of anything, right? They get to see it all around them, but they don't get to do it. Which, other than the factoid that, of course, that is pretty abysmal state to be in. However, if we're presuming that somehow they're okay with this, we end up having the idea that, like, when they're placed in this competition, even though, of course, it's weird, right? The entire surrounding context is weird. At the end of the day, they have their life experience shows that they don't have much to care for, right? They don't have much to live for because they don't live, which means that they can play in this competition, and they're more than happy to do so because at the end of the day, that's fine, you know? Like, it's just okay. So, it's really interesting to see that divide, and you can see it directly in the conversations, right? Where like, you ask, hey, don't you want to get back to your life? As well, I don't want to sit in a fridge, right? But the other fella, but the soda bottle does live in a life, right? And they say, the other people say, wait, soda bottle, you are the one who's working at the store, right? Because, like, he's looking at the store, because that's the guy in the store, and goes like, yo, right, because that's the guy who lives in the store, so they get to see the operation of the store, and it goes like, well, I can't do that, so why the hell can this guy? Right, like, the variant is interesting. The variant is really, really interesting. And it shows a lot of intent with writing, and I mean, like, of course, okay, here's one other thing. I obviously already trust One in the sense where it's like, this isn't a show that got popular for no reason, right? Which means that I'm looking at it with the expectation that it's going to be well written, it's going to be good, right? However, if I wasn't coming in with that expectation, I think that this would be the episode that convinced me, right? That episode 1, I mean, it's an interesting idea. However, it's, you know, at the end of the day, it's not like, it's not quite fleshing itself out. It was kind of simplistic. However, this episode, I think, takes the idea and shows a lot of intent with the writing. So I think at this one, I would have been convinced, right? Officially, right? Like, for if I, of course, was around at the time that One released, which, you know, I was firmly off of the OSC. It's a bit unfortunate because, like, here's the deal. I was like fully gone from the OSC like literally like 2 months before this started, right? So that way I missed it by like an inch. But like yeah, I was not in the one set of releases at all. That release window, I was just entirely out of it. So yeah. Anyways, we're in the actual events of the episode. We end up having Backpack waking up, and as Backpack wakes up, they end up having a broken leg. They didn't die, which is a fix, so they can get revived. And it's sort of, again, it's just another intriguing little plot point, right, to think about, right? Because hold on, dying would make you safe, right? It's one of the big moral dilemmas of Object Show recovery as a concept, or just recovery as a concept in general, right? If you're injured like that and it's bad, then like, what if you just die? Right? I mean, you get respawn and then you'll be healed. Is it worth it? For these fellas, it's not, because of course they've not experienced it ever. They don't want to experience it. They don't know how to experience it. They don't have the willingness to do it. However, it's an intriguing prospect to think about. But either way, yes, they're here with a cast on their leg, anyways. And then we have the new challenge after Tomato gets confirmed eliminated. I didn't predict the elimination, but Tomato makes the most sense. Tomato makes way more sense because, I mean, they don't do anything, and I don't know if the voters for this show will use Object Show logic. However, we're going to apply Object Show logic to it. Tomato is kind of the nothing burger character, you know, doesn't do anything, kind of a staller character throughout. So they end up surviving. Anyways, challenge. Climb up the pole. Remember those poles from earlier? Climb up one of them and you'll be safe alongside the new contestants that show up. What are the new contestants? So we have subway seat, which has no legs, which means that they are unable to reasonably move. To be honest, they basically just can't move. They make a very good effort, like kind of dragging themselves across the floor. They're being pretty smart in that aspect, but their lack of limbs is hurting them. I'm gonna admit, to be honest. So we end up having the montage of how the objects left Earth. Yeah, that is quite goofy. The fact that the contact lenses, they stole it from a guy's contact. Like, the guy's randomly missing one of his contacts. Like, this is kind of funky. So we end up having the name. So subway seat, yes. We're having tray, which is a school tray table. By the way, how did I know? Intriguing idea, I know, right? But anyways, yeah, Trey. I like that name because it's like almost a name that people have. Like, Trey is a name, so we'll go with that. Shout out to that name. Shout out. It's been cool. We got contact lens. We got airplane food. We got Basie, and then we got Whippy Creamy. Yes, I know, right? Fire name. Which, yeah, look, I said cream cheese was this object. I didn't quite I feel like that's pretty close. So yeah, then we end up doing the challenge, and in the meantime, the new fellas, at least the ones that are reasonably capable of existing, end up doing it relatively okay. He ends up going, hey, can't you just replace this with people who do it? Can you like put out a poster or something, right? Because like at the end of the day, you know, the fact that there doesn't currently seem to be too many sinister undertones to it, in the sense where, like, I mean, a guy took a bunch of people and made the people show, like, that's weird. However, other than that, it doesn't seem that there's too many nefarious intentions. Not, oh, I will murder you, right? There's not too much of that stuff, because at the end of the day, we do get to see the post-credit scene. Tomato gets teleported back. Maybe. I mean, okay. Well, look. As far as the scene is concerned, Tomato, is back in the bed. They seem to be. It's all going well. I don't see no problems over there. I'm suspicious. I'm still not sure if I'm believing it, but I'm looking at it, and it is that we're looking fine on that front. So we're gonna trust it, okay? Let's say you're fine. Let's say you're fine, okay? So alright, Tomato. But then we end up having the trio that kind of protests it, being the soda bottle, backpack, and Senti. I think it's really interesting to see some of the fellas that do it. So Moldy and Magazine are the two sort of olden contestants, right? The two original, we're talking original if it's not been like one episode, to the episode 1 contestants that are actually willing to go for the challenge. I think it's kind of interesting. I think it's a little bit of a declaration of less responsibility, you know. Kind of like Magazine be like, you know, the mentality is just a little bit different because they're not as like life goal focused. They're kind of like, Magazine is one of those fellas that's more focused on having cool things, right? It's just kind of, it's that personality type. I still don't know what that grass is, by the way. It looks like grass rectangles, but rectangle, grass triangle. Magazine ends up not being able to do the challenge based on just the entire, because wind gets added on to make it harder, and they just can't, you know, as a Magazine, it just doesn't end up working. Contact lens end up just fucking flying above the air. Nobody can get them down. Like, that's just not happening. So they're not making it. Basie is slowly doing it. They are quite heavy, so fair enough. And then the trio ends up getting the log slowly lowering. They kind of debate, hey, should we just do it? However, they were gonna, I think, successfully protest. However, they end up not protesting because Backpack proceeds to trip and accidentally takes as to safeguard their landing. They put a hand on the log, which means that they end up being safe. So as they end up being safe, it's like, okay, fine, I'll try to get out next time, I guess, right? Because I mean, yeah, too late. And then Senti and Soda Bottle go like, yo, we gotta help you out, so fine, we'll stick around. So they end up being safe, and then Basie eventually makes it, which means the subway seat, Magazine, and contact lens are all up for elim. That's a tough elimination, by the way, because the thing about this elimination is that it's like, I mean, that all of these people gave it about as good of an attempt as you can, right? Like, Magazine got very far in, had a massive debuff, right, by the thing. Subway C has a massive debuff in terms of they just couldn't even get there, right? There was just nothing to it. And Contact Lens, it was impossible. So for Subway C and Contact Lens, it's pretty much impossible. For Magazine, it was very, very, very difficult, like significantly harder than anybody else. So, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's gonna be it. Who would I eliminate? Okay, I mean, Contact Lens, I guess, would make the most sense, right? Because Magazine gave it a very fair attempt, and Subway C gave it a lot of effort. Contact Lens, I mean, it's not that Contact Lens wouldn't have tried, like, they got scammed, but at the end of the day, they're the character that we get to kind of see the least about, so we're gonna have to just kind of play around with that fact, I guess, right? That Contact Lens will be back. And also, I do like the idea of seeing the theory of the Contact Lens randomly spawning back in the guy's eye if it proceeds to get if they proceed to get eliminated. So we're gonna go with that. All right. But yeah, if you're curious about my update on the theory about the investigations or whatever about the missing people, maybe I still do think that it could be possible for like some of the later episodes, because like at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know how much time passes. This kind of thing about it, like maybe a day or two. But like it's difficult. But yeah, I just don't know how much time passes between episode and universe, because that's kind of the question, right? Because like Tomato just spawned back in bed now. The question is is it that same night even, right? Because I mean, I don't know, we don't get to see Mother Tomato, so like was she worried, was she happy, like what's going on, right? It's difficult to know. Is time paused? Maybe that is an interesting theory, but time doesn't seem to be paused, because if time was paused, then if you think about it, the bicycle that Liam was riding would not crash, right? So time can be paused. So that means the time is proceeding. So I still think that it's possible that we end up having, missing people report, but we'll see it. It's kind of a later thing, right? It's kind of like for who survives that second half. For who kind of makes into the later episodes, into the later parts of the show, right? And also, especially, if you keep adding contestants, which could be an issue. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see where we're going. This episode, very convincing. Very, very convincing. I think this is the episode that convinces you of one. Episode 1 is an interesting cold open. However, this is the episode that you kind of look at it and say, okay, I'm convinced this is going to do stuff. Let's see what else it does. Going on to episode 3, which is titled Screwball. Here we go. Okay, that is episode 3 of 1. So, an interesting situation is kind of brewing around, right? So, we end up having, first of all, the elimination, where the eliminated contestants are being Magazine. Really? Why? Hold on a minute. That is crazy. Okay, here's the deal. I mean, I understand. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, so I think that, like, while sometimes, alright, I think that one of the things that I'm a bit susceptible to is that sometimes I do predict eliminations thinking that everybody is really dumb. I'm gonna be honest, I think that is one of my faults. Sometimes I think of eliminations assuming that everybody is really dumb, okay, when voting. Because they go like, ooh, challenge, bad default, out, right? Because like the level of simplistic ness in the voting, it's definitely there in a lot of object shows, right? However, I do think that, like, at the end of the day, for voting like this show, like, if you watch this show and you're paying attention, then like you can tell what's going on. Currently in this show, losing is a positive. As far as we're currently aware, still don't believe it. I'm gonna be 100% real. I still don't believe it. You currently cannot make me believe under any circumstance in the fucking slightest that getting eliminated is a good idea. Especially now that they stone guys here. Okay, hold on. So, basically, after the elimination, we end up having more contestants join. They're just from random other universe who aren't any of them. Whipped Cream and Subway Seed end up chilling. They end up kind of being friendly, I guess, because, you know, there's not much that they can really do. We end up having Magazine go on the monologue, being like, I don't know, this place is kind of freaking me out. I don't know what's happening. But they're being like, well, at least here stuff's interesting. At home, stuff's not interesting. But they get eliminated before their sentence can realistically finish. We're having new contestants. So, the new contestants are from, like, other world. They're not from Earth. They're just from different landscapes, right? So there's Texty, which is text. I love the keyboard sounds. We have Folder, who I don't even know what that's like a fucking Windows XP screensaver folder. They have an Atom, and then there's Abstracty, who randomly goes up to people, abstracts turns into them, and then proceeds to fucking diss them for some reason. I don't know why. They seem to have the interesting amount of knowledge, though, at least about Senti, so something's going on there. But yeah, we're getting interesting Senti lore. Yeah, Senti's interesting, because, like, you can tell that Abstracty's immediately going, on that, like, hey, wait, what the hell did Abstract? Hold on, wait a minute. No, because this is actually really important. Wait a minute. No, because I feel like I'm underestimating the importance of that scene. Wait, hold on. No, wait, Moldy's a Toro. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, I got it confused. Fuck. I thought we were talking about Senti for a moment. No, we're talking about Moldy. Sorry. But yeah, Ashat is on about Moldy, telling them that they've apparently manipulated their closest friends and are impulsively angry. So that's interesting. But yeah, they just randomly diss people for some reason. And then there's also Stone, who is the interesting one. For now, then we end up having the last contest with just a circle. So circles apparently competed in the show before, where everybody was a circle. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, then we end. You know what I'm laughing at is that I've watched the show on Object Catchup where everybody is a circle and the show and like everybody and they talk the same. But sorry, it's called balls. But anyways, what was I saying? Stone. So Stone apparently, according to their sign language, knows everything that is about to happen. They know everything. Okay, which is very intriguing. I know everything that has, is, and will happen in the entire universe. So, since they know that, they have the interest. However, they can't talk, which means they just have to kind of sign it out. The fellas don't know sign language, because, I don't know, presumably they have mouths. So, it ends up being a little bit more complicated. Because so they can't just understand it. So they have to kind of try to act it out in simplistic ways. Like, you can tell how they start off trying to speak the sign language, and see if it picks up. Realize they don't, and then you tell that their movements when they're out don't actually mean words. They're just super simplistic. So, it's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, so Stone ends up being a bit suspicious because what they proceed to do is prove, I guess, their knowledge in a way, because apparently, because the record player was about to fall on Coke Bottle, they push Coke Bottle away and then it falls, right? Which is intriguing because, first of all, there's a classic, how the hell do you know the future? If you're the one changing the future, does that mean you know what you will do? Can you change what you're seeing? How does seeing the future work? I don't know. However, beyond that, they have what seeming to be a very important situation that they need, that they send a Senti away to a different team. Okay, they send Senti away to a different team. They immediately be like, nope, you can't be with us, based on whatever the hell. But they were just like, nope, not good. We're getting Texty. Okay. And then afterwards, however, they force Senti's team being sick, because Senti teamed up with Base, Trey, and the Contact Lens, who have now kind of changed their mind about it. Because as I was saying in the last episode, right, I was on about how these contestants that joined in from Earth are kind of coming in sort of excited because they get to do shit, right? So, well, yeah, they're now here all excited because they want to do shit. I think this show isn't a great example of it, because they just have so little freedom, right? Like, everybody else is weird. Like, everybody else is weirded out. You don't really get choice much. You don't get much freedom. You don't like, there's no security to after, there's no security to during, right? You just kind of thing. Right? Which means that it is kind of weirded out. Like, it's not, like, it doesn't convince anybody. This host ain't convincing anybody that bro's a good host, right? It's just not. He is dismissive in the entirety, right? Where he will just where he will just like hear and immediately talk. Or he will not let anything that could happen. But he won't like protest it. He will just silently do it, which means that it's a bit of a more complicated situation. So for these fellas, they're starting to not get too convinced, right? And it does seem to be a relatively common opinion among at least these writers in the situation where it's like, hey, when a non-living object starts living, they might just want to not live again. Like it's a really interesting idea. I remember File D2B, which is a very recent show, which has a lot of one-inspired implications to it, right? And it agrees with this same ideology, right? Where basically the contestant, because the contestants end up gaining consciousness from their inanimate object forms, they have to figure out what the fuck that even means. However, you'll notice the immediate idea for these characters isn't, hey, I want to do this. It's, hey, I want to not do this, right? It's like the character has a preference to not being what they currently are, right? Which is why the prize of File D2B is to not live. The prize is to turn back to an inanimate object, which is really interesting. And in a way that agrees here, because like, you can go back to your simple life, or you can be here in this mysterious place. However, Stone has decided that no. Stone has pretty much gone, no, I don't. So, why is Stone doing this? Well, we don't know. However, because of course they won't try to explain it anymore because nobody's gonna understand it. However, it's intriguing because that means that, like, at the end of the day, we end up there's something that's bad. Something bad's going on if you lose. Something bad's going on. If you get eliminated, something bad happened. Like, there's no way. There is zero way that maybe this show's just gaslighting. Maybe Stone is just being bullshit. Okay. However, like, there is no human way or object way that after you get sent back after you get eliminated, you get sent back, then you'll find. There's just no way. It's not possible. I don't care that Tomato was in the bed. I don't care. He died 2 seconds after. I'm telling you, there is no way. No way. It just cannot be. It doesn't make sense. Stone of trying to 40 people to be saved desperately, but at the same time, why wouldn't you just put them in your team until you put text guy? I don't. What is Stone doing? I'm trying to think it out, but I don't know. But it's very intriguing. They don't get to name their teams, by the way. We just end up having the challenge to run to the tree and back. Yeah, this house is. It's one of those houses where, like, it's very difficult to really currently picture much. Like, we're in this episode sort of places the show at a little bit of a not necessarily, it's like starting to boil in the sense where, like, it feels like it's starting to, give us a couple crumbs about what's actually going to happen, right? Like, it's giving us a little bit of an information. Hey, this is hey, this is weird. This is interesting. This is also interesting. This is currently happening a lot, right? And it's sort of starting to give us a little bit of a tidbit about what's going on. It's starting itself out here. All right. So, as it's doing that, there's a couple of intriguing things. First of all, will new contestants just keep coming? That's, of course, right now, that is the number one question I have, right? Because, like, currently there's 16 contestants as far as our host knows, okay? Which they bothered to count, by the way. But there's 16 contestants. So since there's 16 contestants, will the number just keep increasing? I don't know. I don't know. It might. He might just invite 4 new people every time. Like, he could. And that makes an interesting idea where, like, if you win, you're just not leaving, right? Because like their winning is not an option. So getting eliminated is the only way you have of leaving, right? Because winning and getting the wish doesn't seem to work out if there's new cadets constantly joining. Like that's a scam or whatever. Like, oh, the scam is constantly leaving, right? Something like that. So then if that's possible, then what would happen? Then it would form an interesting case. It was like at the end of the day, losing is the idea. However, is losing good according to Stone? No. According to the other people, seems according to the host, you just get sent back. According to Tomato seems still alive, maybe. So those things are all still kind of question. That is the main question because that decides everything. Like if in the next episode introducing more contestants, shit's about to go down. Like you'll start to understand the pattern. Do it once, okay, sure. Do it twice, that's weird, but okay. Do it 3 times, it's like fuck. This is what's happening, right? Then it ends up literally becoming a competition to lose, unless the idea is that losing is bad. Now you want to live, but then the way you just be stuck here forever. So I don't know. It makes something interesting. Also, by the way, we ended up discovering that there's been very little time between episodes. Right, 5 hours it said between between the losing and the elimination of a character, which makes it a very quick turnaround. So that would have mean that like it's been a day. So I mean, if it's been 5 hours. 5 hours? That is so little time. Okay, well then if it's been 5 hours, that means that Tomato got back in on the same day. I mean, surely, right? Because we do episode 1. It ends up 5 hours from then. Ends of sleep. You wake up, you're on the bed. It's still nighttime, right? And then that means that we haven't woke up. It's probably like 4 in the morning, and Tomato's there on the bed. Yeah, okay. That one makes sense. So there's not been time, but we should. Okay, hold on. Let's say 6 hours per episode. Let's go with that. Hold on. 6 hours or episode 1. So then that's 12 hours, then it's 18 hours. So then by episode 4 it's gonna have been a day. Right? Is that how that works? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out. So that, cause like I'm of course it's important what happens elsewhere. If that guy has a job, he doesn't show up to work and nobody's answering, he's not at home. This is important, right? These people are gonna do this stuff. Shit's happening to these people, which means that like I'm trying to clock if the whole investigation idea is still possible. Because I do really think that might be what they're doing, like that where we get a chat on the object world. Now there's multiple worlds. Man, this is a situation right here. But anyways, yeah, Taxi does the challenge. They end up apologizing later, being like, "Yo, I didn't know you guys wanted to lose." But now they do know, so that's kind of interesting. I mean, Taxi just kind of seems to be going with it. Airplane food. Airplane Food's team, I think, ends up losing. Yeah. Because they just kind of don't do much. Like, Airplane Food was just kind of going there. Everybody else is on that team are the new fellas that are kind of weird. You see, I don't know. Just, like, in the nicest way possible, Abstracty, Adam, and Folder feel like the most throwaway characters to ever be invented. I'm gonna be honest. Not like these don't feel like characters that are going to matter. Like there's no way I'm gonna sit here in episode 10 of 1 and Folder is about to be relevant, right? Like like it's one of the like there's no way, surely no. So that's why I'm thinking about these people. It's like there's no way these people are gonna be here for that long, right? There's no way. These people are no like am I really gonna sit here in late 1 talking about how Atom is the greatest written character in media? There's no way, right? Also, I like how Airline Food keeps confusing their name as Adam. I love that gag. That gag is great. That gag is amazing. But there's no way. But like, first of all, who's getting eliminated? Airline Food doesn't want to leave, I think. Which is interesting. Abstracty was mean, so you might want them to get away. However, they do give us juicy lore. Okay, how about this? If the viewers are smart, in the sense of like, if the viewers are treating this as a vote to save in disguise, right? Where it doesn't even say vote to eliminate now. It just says vote. Okay? So if we're just so I think the best way to consider this is to treat this as a vote to save. It's a vote to eliminate, technically. However, we're saving the contestant, as far as we're aware. We're currently saving the contestant, right? So if we're currently saving the contestant, that means that airline food should be the one which we've had at least a bit of time to kindle with. So we should realistically eliminate, in quotes unquote, and send them back, right? Especially since they haven't really shared too much of an opinion either way, right? In terms of if we're just eliminating somebody, Abstracty would be the character to eliminate because, of course, they were mean at random, right? And while they did do that, they do seem to know stuff, right? Because they directly call Moldy out, and Moldy did seem to actually react, meaning that there's certain things that are true about what Abstracty said, okay? So that means that Abstracty has knowledge, and therefore Abstracty, if us voters are thinking about the health of the show, right, in the sense of like what is going to get us the juiciest content, Abstracty should stay, right? Abstracty should remain, and we're good, right? So I'm saying, I'm gonna kind of switch up and predict it. I'm gonna say airline food gets eliminated because the viewers want to save airline food. We're gonna go with that, alright? Let's see if I'm correct. Episode 4, the length of them drastically decreases. I don't know what that means, but like the length of the episode drastically decreases in one number 4, walls. Hello, it's the next day and I watched 1-4 walls, and what the hell is going on? Okay, so I mean, this is one of those episodes where the post-credit scene is by a country mile the most important part of it. So we have to start at the end. But before, I just like to point out that this elimination is Abstracty who got eliminated. So in a way, I was wrong. Again, maybe. Okay, I was wrong. Abstracty would reasonably get eliminated by official terms because they were mean to the characters that people, have gotten a little bit attached to. So it makes sense why they would get eliminated. However, I was thinking that the elimination might have, of course, worked in reverse because it's kind of a vote to save in disguise. However, maybe that's not true because, as Stone points out in the notes, written out at the end in a speed running amount of time, we ended up having what the hell does bro type out on these sticky notes? Votes are fake. Votes are fake. You have no control. There we go. Each typed on a different part of the sticky note. I will admit, did you really need to type one letter per sticky note? I feel like you could type multiple, but other than that, which probably would have, made them a little bit faster. You got it done in time, okay? That's what matters. Stone ended up getting eliminated based on nothing, right? Because, of course, we would not have gotten to vote. Because if we had gotten to vote, then it wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have really made sense. So, yeah, it's an intriguing proposition. For sure. I'm not I don't know. Because, if Stone knew this, what does it mean? Because it's okay, so Stone... Okay, hold on. Let's quickly run through the episode, okay? We start off with the very... I got really confused for a second at this triangle, bro. I don't know. I was like, yo, did I turn on the video? Look, it's a new day, okay? It's the first video I watched. I don't know if I said it up correctly. But no, I did. But then Abstract has been glitching out. They proceed to glitch out right before they end up turning it back. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. They turn into a silhouette. Okay, here's the thing I know about one. Okay, here's a thing I know about one. I know that in one, okay, as far as I'm aware, there's a guy that's a lamp. Okay, I think that's a thing. That's a thing in one, okay? As far as I'm aware. I've seen them before. So that is one of the characters and I'm like, okay, I don't know where this guy's at. But they do show up at some point. So that's one of the things. And that looks like a lampshade. Now, I don't know, because I think, were they a lantern? I don't know what they were. But I don't know, they were like turning into the shape of something. And it does kind of look like a lamp. So, I'm interested in that possibility. I think that's kind of interesting. But anyways, that's for future us to be able to look back on. But for now, yeah, we ended up having Stone just type a bunch of bullshit on the sticky notes. Okay, what do they type? Hold on. They proceed to give out a note saying Stone 713864. Okay, I'm not saying all the numbers, but it ends with a dot and then a slash. I don't, what is this like a, this has to be, okay, here's the deal. This gives me vibes of encryption, right? Because it's like, it might be a website or something. Cause like Stone 713, I don't know. It could be some ARG thing. That a show like this that's kind of like off-putting in nature, giving us this blatant nonsensical numbers. Like, come on. This feels like encryption to the max, right? It feels like you put a cipher on this and it spells out the secrets of the universe, right? However, I don't really know. But anyways, yeah, that is one of the greatest questions that we have, is that what is going on with Stone? Because Stone is like really stressed out about typing the votes eliminated, but at the same time they want it to be up for elimination, and if they know the votes are fake, what are they doing, right? Because they really stress out that they need Senti's team to be safe. This team must be safe, okay? As far as they're aware. However, they didn't they've not accounted for their own personal well-being, in the sense where it's like they were okay with getting sent back. Because again, remember, as far as this guy knows, apparently this guy knows what will happen in the unit. So if he knows that he will get eliminated if he does a thing, what is the idea, right? It's complicated. So I don't know. Because surely you would want to stay, right, to control more. So you want to be safe. So then it would be like, yeah, you would have to, draw on your, so like, I mean, it's not like it's that hard to do. If you just draw two things and you give one to the Senti's team, you put it on there, and then the other one you keep with yourself, you would probably have both teams be safe, right? Reasonably speaking. So that's kind of the thing about it. But they were okay with losing the challenge themselves, and if they knew the votes are fake, then they knew that they got eliminated on purpose by the host. So then what the fuck's going on? I don't know. Yeah, this is something. It just throws new details. I think at the end of the day, that is one of the reasons why the show is so far, of course, the 4 episodes that I watched, managed to keep itself super engaging. It just throws new details, right? Like, you think that you know. This episode, like, this show is doing a great job in the sense where, like, you think you know what's going on, like, you believe that you know what's going on, and then it just gives you a curveball, right? This show is the curveball show. It goes like, ha, new contestant, which by the way they aren't in this episode, so we might have our cast, but I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen. So like a bunch, she's gonna go, ha, curveball, ha, votes are fake, ha, new contestant, ha, universe, right? Like the different Earth and stuff, right? So all that stuff's coming in, and I just don't know what's happening. I just have no idea. Okay, so yeah, I'm presuming that then the vote, like, okay, I'm gonna presume it just makes way more sense for this show to not be viewer vote. Right? Like, this show being a viewer vote directly makes no sense in a way, right? Like, it has too much lore in a way. It has too much story. So it's almost as if it doesn't matter. Vote in the description. Hold on. Wait, is there an actual poll here? The story unfolds. I mean, there isn't, but you could have just edited the description. So I don't really know. Because it'd be interesting to see it, because it's like, could you vote for all 4? If it was there, are you able to vote at all? Is it fake? If votes are fake, you have no control. Did we still get to vote, right? Because the vote, at least I don't think that the previous episode's votes, including this one, are lies. I do believe, like, it makes sense. Abstract getting eliminated is fair. All of these characters' elimination currently makes sense under the viewer votes. So I don't think we lied there. But then the votes are fake now, so it's kind of saying, oh, it's like retroactively making the viewer votes that were probably real fake. Like, it's interesting, okay? But yeah, look, it's one of those things where I just kind of have to see it happen, you know? We'll see. We'll see. This is a very we'll see moment. And yeah, on a technical aspect, we'll talk about here's the deal. I can't talk about technical aspects right now because like I need to know what's going on. You know, like it's hard for me to assess the writing here when I don't know what is being written yet. You know, I need to see what's happening. I need to see the progression, right? And either way, I don't need to tell you, oh, the animation's good. The animation, you can see it. Okay, so sometimes things are kind of obvious, but anyways. Let's jump ourselves into episode number 5, which is titled Rhetorical. Hold on. Why can I not say this? Why can I not say this? Rhetorical Molds. So maybe moldy episode. We'll find out. Here we go. Okay, that is episode 5 of 1. And you see, yep, the show is starting to show its prowess off. I mean, like, you could already see it, of course, how it was thinking of the characters more in depth in that episode 2, as I pointed out. However, here you can really see that the show is doing lore properly, right? You can tell that it knows the details it has sent and it is directly involving them in the episode so that it can work itself out. You get to see how Moldy, or let's say Charlotte here, okay? How Charlotte has been, approaching the situation here, you know, how they've been discussing the situations to the fellas, which want to hear the story, and then after we get to hear the story, and of course the video ends right at the fucking scene where of course Charlotte ends up getting teleported into the plane, and of course then becomes Moldy, because you can tell that they're lashing out directly when they get teleported. So, this still makes me believe my investigation possibilities absolutely 1,000,000%. Because, I mean, like, it's just not possible. You're telling me, okay, tell me what the hell that guy is gonna be, I forgot the name, what that guy is gonna be thinking when they're having a fucking thing, and we end up having some Parker is their name. Okay, I was checking the Parker, the chocolate bar. When like are you a chocolate bar or are you like a granola? I don't know what that is. But whatever. Anyways, like they end up disappearing in front of their eyes, and you think the guy not gonna go insane, right? So like something's going on in the real world, you know, like something's definitely gonna happen. But anyways, beyond that, we end up having an episode that you can see it plays itself smart, because of course you can see it in all the little details. Like we discover the other episode that votes are fake, right? We get to discover that, right? Apparently, and now we get to see the just how much Senti or Amelia is happy about it, and of course it shows the other fellas in the background from the team that knows being all like, oh god, they don't know. So it ends up doing all of this shenanigan, right? And it's all smart, and you can see that the show is starting to showcase its smartness, because in the first 2 episodes, it's of course it ends up being a little bit more neutralized, because while the concept's interesting, we don't know how well it's gonna flesh it out. But here you can tell that it's paying attention to itself, right? So this is one of those episodes that, even though not that much technically happens in this episode in terms of story progression, right? If you think about it, like we progress one challenge and then we kind of don't do much. However, it's the actual friggin' like story. We got more of a backstory rather than forwarding the story, right, is what I'm trying to mean. So it's technically not an episode that progresses that much. It progresses in our knowledge, in our quest for knowledge, but doesn't necessarily progress the show directly. But despite that, it starts to show off some interesting writing, which I think is pretty interesting. I don't think those two end up responding to Texty. If you're curious why I'm not using their real names, is because like I know a few of them, but I don't know all of them. That's kind of one of those things. It's like, I mean, the backpack's called Liam. The Moldy we now know is called Charlotte. I don't know if it's actually mentioned in the show, but I do know from like the comments and stuff that Amelia is Senti, right? But then Taylor was the magazine, right? However, I don't know everybody. Like I don't know the Cobalt's name. I don't know a bunch of the other people. So, and a lot of the other people don't have names. That's why I kind of sometimes end up a little bit just kind of using the object. The one names, even though because I want to be fair with everybody, but instead of saying Liam and Cobalt, or like I either use both their real names or use both of their fake names. It's kind of difficult. But anyway, yeah, Airline Food ends up doing it because the challenge ends up being to get 100 push-ups. The Airline Food team ends up being safe because they just say they did it. I mean, yeah, it's not like the host is amazing, but yeah. What do we actually think about the story that being told here with Charlotte? Let's see. What is the story? So, Charlotte is a cave explorer or a spelunker, and what they do is apparently during one of their cave explorations they got mold on them because of a fungus that was in there that, according to Charlotte, they weren't informed about. According to Parker, was warned about. Did have signs. Okay, so that is of course one of the big questions. Who's right about that? Okay, but other than that, then what goes on is that it ends up, at the end of the day, being kind of hurtful. They can't see out of their right eye. Charlotte can see out of the right eye. And of course, it's kind of impacted extra by the fact that they also don't have a chunk of themselves because of apparently a different accident with a helmet. Okay? So these are the problems. However, what happens is that Charlotte wants to be super independent. They want to be like, hey, I'm fine. I can do this. Right? Then we end up having the other fellas being like, hey, look, trying to be helpful, being like, yo, this thing happened. Mold treatment cost $300,000, which is a lot of money. But like, yeah, that they end up doing that's how much it costs, and apparently all of them put in $25K to at least help pay for like a third of it. I'm gonna presume that it's like split 4 ways or whatever. That is $100K payment, right? But then Sean was like, I don't want this. I don't want you to help me because according to Charlotte, what they're doing is they're trying to be sympathetic and pity Charlotte, and that it's embarrassing to Charlotte because it's embarrassing to Charlotte because what ends up happening is that they end up being, treated sort of like a patient when they are independent and they can do things. So that is what the Charlotte idea is. Of course, the idea on the other direction is very simple. And the idea simply boils down to, yo, I want to help you. Why are you not letting me help you? Come on now. However, then the big problem arrives. What is the big problem? The big problem arrives that apparently Charlotte proceeds to take the money from Parker anyways, right? From Parker and the friends over on the cave diving exploration crew thing that explores caves and has a lot of money. And what Charlotte proceeds to do is spend it, however, not on the treatment. They proceed to spend all of that money on different gadgets and things. So they buy a TV and they buy a like phone and everything. So then that causes a big blown argument, right? Like, what the hell are you doing? You're spending our money. But like, if you're not spending on what we said you should spend it on, then just, give it back. If you don't want to be helped, okay, but then we don't agree to let you just spend it on random bullshit. But then she does, and and Charlotte now has spent it, and then there's a whole problem, right? I mean, it's not a situation that we would get to discover what happens to, because of course it got sent to the plane, as it's called, so that's a bit of an issue. What do I think about this situation? It's yeah, I mean, it obviously portrays Charlotte as very much so the character in the wrong, and it is. Right, at the end of the day, I mean, it's like, it seems to be reckless in not having read the signs. Seems to kind of have this everybody is mean to me plot, where like even when somebody's nice, they have to be doing it for a bad reason, right? Which is a mentality that, you know, certain people have. Like they just can't accept that niceness sometimes does exist, right? There's these people that are kind of going like, hey, look, you were nice to me, but it's only because you're looking for personal benefit, right? And all that jazz, right? So one of those people then also, of course, betrayed their friend money directly, I guess, scamming them in a way by being like, hey, I'll take the money then, but then spent it on other stuffs, and then of course lashing out at them and blaming them over. So it's absolutely just a character that's in, as far as the situation is concerned, it's 100% in the wrong. So yeah, it'll be interesting. They're hiding the information from the fellas, which they're telling the story to. However, at the end of the day, the fellas they're telling the story to don't have much of a life to live for. Like, I'm sorry, in the nicest way possible, I'm sorry, Subway C. However, you do not have many moral interesting things to say about it, because you've lived for 2 days and existed as a seat in one spot for like probably 2 decades, right? I mean, like, it's not likely, you know, you're none of the people that Moldy is telling this to are realistically gonna be able to actually get anything into her head about it. So I'm expecting Charlotte to just remain the same character. So we'll see. Alright, let's progress along the storyline, going into episode 6, which is what the fuck? French moment. It is titled what? How do you even say that? Salle D'attente. How do you lay? Is that French? What is that? Hold on. La Salle. Is that Latin? La Salle D'attente. Hold on. No, wait, because that definitely means waiting room. The waiting room. La Salle D'attente. Yeah. Because it's kind of Italian. Is that that might be Latin. La Salle D'attente. Yeah, because it's like Salle D'attente. Okay, yeah. I see it. Okay, well, waiting room, whatever. 1-6. Here we go. The waiting room. Okay, that is episode 6 of 1. As far as the episodes of 1 are concerned, this is definitely the most leaning into the mystery aspect of it. While the other episodes of 1 were kind of, like, they were very playing a game at the end, like, still, you know, in the sense where it's like, you know, we're still roughly aligned with, like, show logic, right? In the sense of, like, you know, the roughly how an episode goes, pre-chatter, challenge, elimination, post, whatever, right? Post-credits lore. Like, all that stuff is roughly aligned, and then, of course, the story's happening around it. This is the first episode to deviate from the structure of pre-chatter, challenge, and then post-credits in a while, and it does it massively. Okay, and it just, you see, and this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I said this. I don't know if in the last episode or a couple episodes ago, but I pointed out that the show just manages to keep itself engaging because it just throws you the new curveball every time. It is very smart at formulating itself because it doesn't give you filler. Right? That's what this show's doing. It's not giving you filler. It is giving you an important piece of information here every single time, and it is doing an excellent job of delivering that. Again, the informations can be of different levels of importance, however it's still giving you something interesting, something deep, something like to think about, right? and you can see it, like, because a lot of the time what happens is that in general in some of these shows, right, there ends up being kind of a quiet period, and then shit goes down, right? And then when shit goes down, you get to hear all about the backstory and everything kind of happens there. But then the quiet period doesn't really. So that makes for like a sort of unbalanced set of situations, because like we end up that like certain episodes are certain episodes are not, right? For example, I think one of the best examples I could possibly say is Teapot is that. Right? That's what Teapot is. At the end of the day, that's what Teapot's doing. Teapot ends up having a wildly inconsistent level of importance per episode, right? I mean, like, you compare the importance of Teapot 19 to the importance of Teapot 18, and I mean, like, what the hell's going on, right? Because at the end of the day, like, certain time, like, it just gives you certain different pieces of like the lore ends up kind of getting bashed up in the big event. However, here one is doing a great job at drip feeding information throughout episodes. Like, I'm looking at each episode and it's like, I'm never not interested, because there's always something interesting to see, something different to see, right? And like, the thing about it is that it's not bad when it doesn't do that. However, it's really exceptional when it manages to do that and feel well thought out, like it is. Like, because again, this is the type of episode that it earns you confidence in the series, right? Because it's like, you can tell by the fact that this episode gave important info, the last one did, and the one before that, right? But they all seem to connect back to each other, and things are happening, right? In the way where we end up having, right, certain situations with like trust and like basic. Sorry, I said that sentence way wrong. Basically, I'm trying to show more, because as you end up looking at each episode and seeing how important things are happening, you can really see that it's thought itself out well into the future. Because the only way that you can properly drip feed this information is if you know all of it, right? That's kind of how it goes, right? You need to know what the hell you're doing for you to be able to split the information evenly, right? That's what, again, those are the issues of Teapot, right? Teapot famously doesn't have a plot very far out thought, right? Which means that it can't drip feed your information too far back, because it's not clear yet, right? So this is doing great on that. Anyways, what actually happens is that Amelia really thought that they were going to get eliminated. They don't. Text ends up getting eliminated, and they proceed to just absolutely cry out of their mind. It is some good VA work on the crying. VA work is not something I've really pointed out in this series, because it's kind of like that. As far as the parts of this series are concerned, that is by a mile the one that has had the least sort of like strain put on it. Like, animation, you could tell us had to pull off some very interesting coloring, especially with like the intros and stuff and outros. With, of course, the writing, well, the entire show, right? However, with VAs haven't had to do too much yet, especially because the characters are kind of pretty chill voices type people. But like, you can see they are talented, like there's no doubt about it, and especially Aries VA, of course, gives off the sort of don't know what I'm doing vibes very well. So yeah, fair enough on that aspect. Backpack and Soda Bottle are trying to tell Senti what's going on. They give it an attempt, be like, hey, we should have told you this. However, unfortunately, a massive pot of water ends up dropping down, which is a bit too convenient. Yeah, like, it's this world feels really eerie, because it feels so, like, it feels so tactically timed, right? Like, it's so expertly, like, the shit that happens in this show and the things that happen in this world, they feel so prepared. They feel so thought out. Like, it's sort of, it's organization within the mess, right? Our host has no idea what they're doing. However, at the same time, they do everything at just the right time, right? Like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like they're confusing, bringing in new people every time, but they're smart when doing it, right? They eliminate the contestant only after they've literally just typed out what they were going to say. Same thing goes. Like, it's like the one time they teleport everybody there to get their reaction for the elimination, right? And then they draw the bucket of water. What exactly? And everybody's doing it. When they draw the cassette player, it's conveniently right on Coke bottle when Stone is aware, right? Like, there's so much in this show that feels convenient, right? That it ends up adding this sort of eeriness to it, and I think that's one of the things that's like very powerful about it. It really does do its job kind of crazily. Anyways, the challenge is to stay afloat. So as the challenge is to stay afloat, we end up having, of course, everybody try to stay afloat. And we proceed to get, we try to get the cast off immediately so that there's at least a semblance of swimming that Liam can try to do. However, they can't do it. Senti or Amelia desperately tries to get down. Coke bottle tries, already can't because they're a plastic bottle. However, right at the last second, we end up having, Backpack drop down, and they entered the waiting room. So what is the waiting room? I don't know, but this gives me obvious afterlife vibes, right? Like sort of walking in an air invisible floor that's watery is just kind of common afterlife place shenanigans, right? So that's the idea that gets given, and the waiting room presumably makes it a waiting room to get revived, right? Seems to be a toothpaste fella that has been sitting there for a while. They don't look, they don't stare, they don't make chit chat, and neither does Backpack. I mean, of course, when I was watching it, I was like, what the good talk, right? I mean, like, because as far as we're aware, you could. I don't know why you couldn't, right? Why can't you talk in the waiting room, right? And it's like, well, I mean, you see a guy, then you suddenly know exactly what you're going to do. You're just going to walk down there sitting on the chair as if I know where the fuck I am, right? Like, you wouldn't know. You would ask. That is what a reasonable person would do. However, it is, of course, probably one of those things I was like, yeah, but like, even though that's what a reasonable person would do in that situation, that's not what a dead person would do in that situation. Like, I don't know how their mind is at that moment, so I can't necessarily judge it like that. But I mean, yeah, it's so shit's happening. But yeah, the presumption that it's a waiting room to get revived, and then because at the end of the day, we didn't realistically get a chance to know this because nobody died. The only person that died, I think, was Tomato, right? But nobody else had died up until that point. Did someone be... No, wait, Senti died. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Amelia died in, like, episode 2. Or something. Right? You, like, fell off the thing and you got revived. That was, like, the second showcase of it. So you would know. So, like, Amelia's out. Hold on. Wait a fucking minute. Why? And then you're telling me. And of course, you go tell a story to Cobalt who wouldn't know. Go tell it. No, oh my. Now I'm pissed. Go tell it to Amelia. We might be shit expensive. I know Amelia was dead for a long time. But, like, what the fuck? You can remember me, they probably can't. I mean, of course, they might not have had time to walk to the chair, it might be. Oh, come on. Oh, now I'm pissed. Now I'm pissed. What do you mean? Okay, that's interesting. But hey, Cobalt loses the challenge, which makes no sense. How does that happen? How does that happen? I have no idea. How do the object... Like, okay, challenge is to stay afloat. No, how does that happen? Coke bottle pretty much couldn't even... No, soda bottle couldn't even swim themselves out if they tried. How would that have happened? How the hell do the objects that aren't... believe since 3 days ago from the regular Earth, from the human Earth, know how to swim. How would Basie do it? Basie's heavy as fuck. I don't know how any of those things are possible. And then also having the I don't know. But that's weird. But anyways, yeah, backpack and soda bottle are up for elimination. But remember, votes are fake. So presumably, I mean, the presumption would seem that we would end up having the Liam eliminated, right? Because so far this show has seemed to eliminate knowledge. Right, like the show has kind of eliminated knowledge. It eliminates tomato, which I guess would have had a bit of knowledge. But okay, let's go with it. Okay, again, votes are fake, right? So even though, in my opinion, the first elimination were real, let's play along with that logic, right? We eliminate Magazine, which wouldn't really make sense, but we eliminate Abstracty, which of course knows a lot about universes that are not their own, because they managed to directly point out to Moldy without Moldy having to tell them. We hear about with like the eliminated contestant. Texty didn't really know, however, it's the only one that directly pisses off the most amount of people. And in a way, our host is a little bit of a rage baiter. And then here, of course, we should theoretically eliminate. Oh no, and then we eliminate Stone, which had the knowledge and was going to share it. And here, Liam has some knowledge and probably would share it. But they're probably going to get eliminated. That's a presumption. We end up closing it off with our host saying, hey, but so probably saying, hey, I'm going to eliminate somebody now. So I think it's probably time. There's not going to be time for a conversation with Amelia. But oh well. Alright. I'm interested. Episode 7. Starting over. Okay, that is episode 7 of 1. So, no, I don't know anything that's happening in this show. I think I just need to accept that and stop saying bullshit. So, Soda Bottle ends up being the eliminated contestant. We start off seeing a prelude of the day before, which for a minute I thought was the day after. For a moment, I thought that was like the comeback, but because, you know, maybe they woke up in the same spot they were in. But no, this is just the day before. They end up having their full day, where they proceed to work at the store, and they get info that apparently they will be getting a salary cut for less working hours, I think, so they can work less hours and get less pay, which however means that, you know, you get paid significantly less. You get pissed about it, then as you're mad, proceed to go to the bar, get like deadbeat drunk, somehow drive home. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, don't do it, but like, you did it, so fair enough. Then after you do that, you proceed to lay down and get teleported into the freaking one place. I'm not gonna lie, Soda Bottle being like, the concept of Soda Bottle being like completely hungover in episode 1 is kind of funny. However, well, I guess all of the episodes, again, it's been like 3 days apparently, and yeah, like as you know, Amelia points out, it's probably been like 3 days realistically, because yeah, it's like roughly about 6 hours per episode, so that would be, you know, yeah, it'd be like, yeah, like, as far as my calculations go, we're still probably on day 2 entering day 3. But, like, it's, it kind of depends. But, anyway, Eri has made clouds, which, as people have pointed out, very, very joyful sentence there from Eri. That's, like, the most emotion Eri has ever shown. Okay, alright, okay, hold on. I know. But if we're at least going to be talking about a host, okay, I do genuinely believe Eri has mildly improved that hosting. Now, Eri is having an easier time because everybody here has already agreed to the terms and conditions. In a sense where, like, you know, they've understood the terms and conditions and are playing along with it. Either by trying to lose or by, just do anything. So, like, there's a thing going on, alright? And while and that made that Eri has an easier time. And I do genuinely not mind the idea that Eri throws in of having kind of a book going back, right? Like I do think that it's very interesting to kind of take the place where you're currently in and set the challenge after it, right? So for example, if the challenge is climb up a mountain, the next challenge is to get down the mountain the fastest, all that stuff kind of variants of a challenge. So in a way where it's like to stay on top and then throw something on top, like, or like get to the top, or then stay on the top and then get to the top. It's interesting, like from the top down to the bottom up, right? I think that is kind of it is genuinely interesting challenge concept, okay? Just saying. Not saying that this guy is good at anything, but it is a mild improvement, all right? I mean, yeah, the challenges are like pretty obnoxiously easy. However, they're easy, but like people aren't doing it anyways, right? So if you make them complicated, nobody's ever gonna do it. Let at least the people who want to do it just do it, right? So yeah, we proceed to have, again, Moldy team ends up being the first one safe. I think the deal with Charlotte is that, I mean, of course, you were in the middle of the big-ass argument, which means you don't really want to talk to your friends. You don't want much to happen. So this is kind of an escapism thing, right? Where it's like, they can get the wish, sure, but I think the main idea is that Moldy just kind of doesn't want to go back, because Moldy, in a way, still realizes just the consequence of the actions, right? Where it's like, shit, it was like, I mean, like, he believes in the right, however, at the same time, shit will still go down, right? So, the way staying on the show in a way to them is delaying the inevitable. So, it's kind of intriguing. And of course, standing there with like Subway Seat and the other fella, who are the most willing to stay on, like who don't want to return back to their just regular object cells. Also because I guess they're the least interesting of it. Like at the end of the day, like for example, for a contact lens or for a base, right? Like I do think that it is inherent, like. It's so hard to think about this, but like, if you're a contact lens or if you're a base, there is value to life in a way, right? Because it's like, you are moving, you are getting shit done, right? At the end, like, you are directly sort of like moving, so even though of course you can't talk, you can't do things of your own volition, you're still a spectator to something. If you're an instrument, you're a spectator to the music that you get to be played, right? You get to get brought over to places. Same thing goes with a contact lens. A contact lens at the end of the day is in a way just sees like a human would see, right? They're pretty much spectating a first person POV of a life, right? So it's directly interesting. It's directly intriguing in an interesting way. This doesn't apply to School Lunch Trader, not really. But like, at least for those, it makes sense why they would want to go back, because it's like, it makes sense. They would just kind of resume on their regular missions. I will point out though that there is sort of a eeriness to it, where it's like, I mean, like, if somebody that needed contacts lost their contacts for 3 days, I think they would probably just go get another contact, right? So, I think that would be bad news for contact lens. I don't know if they would get to live the same life again. But either way, then they're going, hey, if not, we can just lose still. But then it's thinking they keep seeing Backpack, and Backpack was just so miserable. The misery just keeps on going. Because airplane food continues. The airplane food is abysmal at everything. However, by just the power of vibes, throwing it directly at Folder and it bounces up into the thing, it somehow works. So fair enough. But yeah, they're having like hallucinations while Backpack's having hallucinations. It's just not great. And then as Senti was trying to show him yoga, they proceed to just throw the rock up there and go over and be like, hey, Backpack, you need to go more than me. You've suffered way more than I did, and while I do want to go back, you need to go back first. And by being safe, you are the one that has to be eliminated, theoretically. Maybe. You can never be too sure. But yeah, we proceed to have that intriguing thing. So yeah, they proceed to hug, and they eventually have a very interesting conversation in the credit scene. It's really interesting how this scene is done, because of course it still has the same amount of like black and white scenes as the other. It's just that instead of pulling it off in the outro, we end up having the outro play during a regularly colored scene, and then what ends up being the outro scene ends up being not having the credits and instead having the post-credit. Like it shifted the black and white gradient to the post-credit scene rather than the outro card, which it's very intriguing, and it's very smart. You know, it's very smart. Because it feels like it's structured correctly, even though it's completely not in a way, right? So it is very, very, very intriguing. By the way, yeah, they proceed to just have their chit chat. We end up getting a couple of informations that are kind of useful. Again, I do think that you can kind of figure out how long we've been here. Like with the knowledge that we have. However, it's still interesting to actually point it out as a section in the show. But either way, they proceed to think that Senti might get out in a week. Somehow, okay, I don't know. These people are kind of forgetting the detail that, like, this show might not end. Just saying. You know, it's one of those things. The show might just not end, chat. You know, it could just keep going. Like in episode 2 and 3, we added contestants when we were low on them. Why isn't it that we can be low on contestants and freaking Aries are going to add more? So I do think that there's a lot of optimism in that regard. And there's still a lot of optimism that these people are just going to go back to their normal lives. Like, I know we saw Tomato come back. They were fine. But I don't believe it. I really don't. There's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. There is no way that these people are just alive. It's too sinister for you to just come back and be okay. Whatever. It's time for episode 8. Episode 8 is titled The Plug Dream. I have not a darn clue what that could ever mean, but we're gonna find out. Okay, that is episode 8 of 1. Now that is a big deal. I'm telling you, this show throws you a curveball. This show's insane. You can't watch this show without everything happening. Like, again, this show is impossible to predict. It just doesn't make, not that it doesn't make sense, it just throws you a curveball. That's perfectly reasonable. Like, it does, like, yeah, you see, that's what makes it good. Because it's like, if the show just throws you random things that you didn't know, you don't feel satisfied. Why? Because you couldn't have possibly known, right? It's nice to get rewarded for being there in a way, like being present, giving you the information, right? Which means that, like, if you're present and you're paying attention, and you're there, you will have picked up the information that you need, and then you can roughly predict what's going to happen, and then something along those lines happen, right? There's a few surprises, but in general, that stuff happens, and it's all looking good, right? However, this show doesn't do that. However, it does that in a tasteful way, right? It does it in a tasteful way where, like, if Eri really does slip and get hurt, that's fair, right? Like, I'm not like, that makes sense. However, despite the fact that makes sense, you know, it's still a detail that we could not have ever possibly predicted, but it's nice because, like, it throws you curveballs, but I'm not feel cheated. I don't feel cheated at the fact that I had no idea 7 months are going to pass and everybody's still there. I don't feel cheated at that concept, right? I feel cheated at the concept of Backpack and of Liam and Amelia not talking about the afterlife, because they should have theoretically both experienced. But other than that, I'm like, it's looking relatively interesting. But okay, so what ends up happening is that, as you can tell at the beginning, for some reason the floor is slippery. I don't really know why, but right as they're about to announce the eliminated thing, they slip down, they fall, break glass, and proceeded to point it's and has some loud grunting, and then nobody can hear them. I will say I'd find it a little bit unfortunate that nobody in the cast actually seemed to try to show a concern. I understand nobody here likes Aerie, 0 people, but I'm kind of surprised that nobody tried to even say, hey, are you okay? Or anything, right? They just let it happen. Didn't speak a word, right? And then proceed to do everything. Which is, it's an interesting testament to the sort of quietness that these characters have been reduced to, right? Because you can tell, they're, at the end of the day, these characters are so much more vocal in episodes 1, 2, and 3. Because the characters in episode 1, 2, and 3 are still in belief that there's something going on, right? That shit's going down, right? In the sense where, they can control it, they can stop, they can do whatever, because it's early days, right? But eventually, as you start realizing how Aerie's dismissive nature works, you start to slowly crawl back, right? Because it's it doesn't matter. You can protest, it doesn't matter. You can ask a question, it just doesn't matter. It won't get answered. You can do anything, it doesn't matter, right? Aerie becomes this entity that you just have to let exist, because when you believe that you can change something, you'll try to make it work, but at a certain point, when something feels like it's unchangeable, right, but it's ever present, you just has to stay there, and you just need to let it happen. And that's what these contestants feel with Aerie, right? Is that Aerie is there, right? And does challenges, does eliminations, and does whatever they want, but basically nothing that these characters have ever done has actually caused for any semblance of elimination, which is for any semblance of an actual change in what's going on. So it's really unfortunate. But either way, they end up staying there, and they proceed to not do much. We end up getting a deep exploration of the area. We go to the other side of this circular planet that is very, very small, and we find what I presume is the plug. So, the plug looks like, I believe what looks like a gigantic version of a guitar amp. Okay, right? No, it's like a headphone jack. No, it's like a headphone jack. You know a headphone jack for your phone, you put the thing, looks exactly like that. Like those, got the 2 bumps. So that is what we're presumably calling the plug, okay? It is really long, to a level of long that we don't ever get to see in the full map, in the full Earth overview, which by the way looks really cool. And yeah, it doesn't. It really. And I mean, we don't get to see much about it, but it's connected to that thing. We see the two clouds that were made by Aerie end up being the only 2 clouds around. By the way, they're still the only ones up there, which I think is kind of fun. But it makes a very interesting situation, doesn't it? Because it's what is this? What's going on? It's connected to something, right? That immediately makes me... Plus the general view of the entire circle, of the entire ball, in one spoon, and that it's not that big, gives the vibe of terrarium a lot, right? It's not necessarily a terrarium in a normal way, but kind of like how a terrarium is this little mini earth, this little mini world that you make full of plants and shit, and then you put little bugs in it, right? And then they kind of live in a way, right? They live in this enclosed space that's connected by you, but at the end of the day, it's boxed up, right? And that's what feels like is happening to this world in a way. It gives massive terrarium vibes because it's this small confined world. A bunch of small things are put onto it, and then there's this connector, this headphone jack, which if it's a headphone, wait a minute, hold on, if it's a headphone jack, wouldn't that connect to Aries' microphone? Hold on, because that might go to like the center of the earth or whatever, and then if that's a headphone, because we know that Aerie talks to a microphone, so that means that would connect Aerie's microphone to the world, which means that is how Aerie, from wherever the hell they are, they're definitely a physical entity. I mean, they just slipped and fell. Proceeds to talk to them with this microphone, meaning that they're in control from okay. I mean, that's what I think is happening, but I don't think I'm correct about a single thing. I don't know. Okay, that is intriguing. But anyways, I believe a total of 7 months pass. And while these 7 months pass, these people begin to get accustomed to life, right? At the end of the day, we're here. The guy fucking died. Aerie died as far as they're aware. So they kind of just proceed to try to form some semblance of society. They take shifts. They seem to take shifts around doing work to certain extent, trying to just make progress to any semblance of the to a degree, so whether it's taking the stakes out of the ground that originally made the challenge, just any types of things, just kind of trying to keep it moving. You see characters working on their skills. So Subway now is actually capable of lifting themselves up. They took the time to train it, and now they capable of hopping around like that, right? Same thing goes with other people who are now just generally more accepting. A couple of people, of course, have gotten more and Moldy's brain is presumably starting to get more and more just kind of dismissive itself, because the mold just keeps on growing, right? Well, the mold is fine. There's a certain degree where it'll start consuming your mind. So it's Moldy started off. Basie, what happened to Basie? I heard something. There was like one line talked about Basie. Hold on, where was it? Hold on, wait a minute. I'm trying to find out what's going on. Last time I was talking about, she still hasn't come out since the day after Aerie disappeared. Come out of what? There's nothing for you to hide in. What do you mean? Where would you have been? Do they have enough people? Wait, they haven't of the pool? No way. You didn't drown. Wait a minute. Where would you possibly be? Where? Wait, you're not at the bottom. No, that's the cast at the bottom of the pool. Basically cannot be at the bottom of the pool, right? Can we agree with that? That cannot be one of the things that has happened. That would no way. Okay. Dude, what? Hold on. What? What is Basie, dude? Wait, she still hasn't come out since the day after Aerie. Come out of what? Where did you go? What? Okay, I don't know. But yeah, we got the montage of Backpack trying desperately to get the amp out or break it or anything. Which, I mean, as far as I'm aware, with the presumption that it's a microphone, would actually be bad, right? Because if you want to leave, you're not going to disconnect the microphone. Because if you disconnect the microphone, it's bad, right? Technically, they want Aerie to come back, right? So, I think the presumption is that, maybe if you get out of the disconnected world, we can go back. I get it. But I think if it's just a microphone, they're like, no, you want Aerie to be able to speak to you in the sense that Aerie's alive, which, again, as far as they're aware, Aerie's not. But eventually, as they're chilling, we proceed to have Aerie suddenly come back and be like, hey, we can start the elimination. And then, we don't really know. We get to see a lot of humming. I don't know who hums. I have no idea. It gave me vibe of a female voice, but with humming, it's impossible to really tell. So it could just be Ari. It could be somebody else. It's really hard to know. The text one ended up going over there. But yeah, Backpack getting a bit more miserable because of course they're gonna return. But the problem is they're gonna return, right? Because yeah, like you see, it's just that there's a certain degree of time where everybody became accepting. Why? Because everybody becomes accepting because after a certain point, right, life would be over anyways, right? Like at a certain degree, it's like, you know, if Backpack returns now, Backpack will have been missing for 7 months. They will have been declared dead. Their job, they won't have a job, they won't have a house, they won't have anything, right? They'll just be nothing. They will just be nothing because in that time they will just be declared gone, right? The same thing goes for anybody else, right? There's a certain degree where, like, at a certain point, these people coming back, you know, if like Senti comes back, like, you know, if Amelia comes back, if Moni comes back, if you come back, like at the end of the day, it doesn't change. Yeah, like no, sorry, like it doesn't change. Like you won't go back to your normal life. It will just change forever. Now, if you were gone 2 days, you can make up a story. You could say, "Oh, I got kidnapped," or whatever the fuck, right? But like, you can't make that up now. The only way that you could ever make that up would be if, of course, you the spawn. Oh, sorry, wait, what? I blanked out like crazy. What was this? Wait a minute. What was this then? Hold on. Or maybe like you came back, and then I don't know. You could explain the situation, but then you wouldn't, because even then, you know, if you came back for a couple of days, you could say you got kidnapped. But here, currently, it's impossible. Like it just doesn't make sense. But yeah, like there's a certain point where you have to be accepting. So now, where we're doing the elimination now, like Backpack is, I mean, it would still, okay, in my opinion, it would still be better to return to the world than to stay here. However, I do think that like it's a lose-lose currently. It really is. It's a lose-lose for the characters involved. So I don't know. We're gonna have to see. This one's long. I've gone very overtime on the chat about this episode, but I mean it's a big one. Okay. No fucking idea what's going on at this point. Episode 9 is titled Scatterbrain. Here we go. Oh, episode 9 of 1. Okay. Yo, this is hype. Okay, this is dope. This is dope. Alright, so what is happening? So we end up having, the eventual, a teleportation of Backpack back to exactly where they were before. Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. They proceed to, you know, take a walk back to their old workplace. It's now been officially closed. And then after they're walking around, they end up noticing the San Francisco Police Department where a missing person report on themselves. Liam Plekak, which, what a name, ends up being there, that they were last seen on February 10th on Golden Gate Bridge, and they end up being presumed dead because, you know, there's just, yeah, it just makes perfect sense. Like, nothing makes more sense than that. That is what would happen in this situation. And it is, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The show, like, you see, it started itself out really well because, like, you can see the hindsight now where it's like, okay, yeah, no, because you can wonder, of course, the question, what has happened after somebody's come back, right? That question is immense. It's always been there. It's been there since Tomato's elimination. It's literally been the main question, right? However, it decides to not show it for 9 episodes until right now in its most interesting possible state, right? Where, like, we don't know, we, like, it shows it here in this situation because that, yeah. it makes sense here, right? Like, if you're writing episode by episode, you would probably have shown it with Soda Bottle or something. But here, you show it with Backpack, because Backpack is inherently in the most interesting situation. So it's the time where you can really show off of how that even works, So it's really intriguing. But yeah, they end up being, of course, quite scatterbrained. It's hailing, as is said too, and they hide next to a dumpster where they keep the notes. Yes, the notes that Stone passed by everybody and an extremely long number sequence. I still don't really know what this is. What is it? What could it possibly be? Like, I'm trying to figure, is that a reverse 3? What is that a 3 backwards? That is not a number. Like, this cannot air. Hold on. What is the idea? Hold on. For a minute, I was like, is this coordinates? Because it could be coordinates, right? Because coordinates are just really long number sequences, but they have dots in the middle. And I mean, these do have dots, but in the end, and it's a dot slash where it closes in. So that doesn't work. For a minute, I thought it could be a phone number, but holy fuck, if they have phone numbers that large. Again, earlier I thought it could have been a website. I mean, they have closed with dots, but the area being dot hyphen doesn't make sense. So, then what, it doesn't, what is it? What the fuck is it, man? It's just not, thank you, Stone, couldn't you have written on the back of the note or something? Stone, you had time, couldn't you have written on the back of the note, this number is for the bullshit, they're just giving number. Bro, you in a way, Stone is the biggest rage baiter we've ever seen. But one of the things that seems to have been written is the address is an address to an apartment in Bridgeport. Yes, 5628 Saratoga Avenue, apartment 138 in Bridgeport, Connecticut. We know, of course, from the information, Bridgeport is where Soda Bottle lives, and Soda Bottle got teleported out a couple episodes ago, and theoretically, only about 2 days, so they would not have been declared dead, and they should still theoretically have had the time to live life, right? By the way, who is, hold on a minute, SF? Wait, SF? Who is SF? Wait a minute, am I dumb? Wait a minute. SF? Hold on a fucking minute. I mean, I was thinking it was Soda Bottle, but then that'd be SB, right? SF. Hold on. Senti? No. Eric? No. Stone? No. I don't. Abstracty? No. Folder? No. Adam? No. SF. Airplane? No. That would be seafood. What? Basie? No. What in the world? What is SF? What the fuck is SF? Magazine? No. Tomato? No. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Fuck off. I don't know. But we end up having the credits, which are really long. The music's really interesting. By the way, in the middle of the credits, there's a "we're almost done." I have no idea what that means. I want to take it literally and just say that means that the show's almost done. Because, okay, here's the deal. One thing I don't know about One. Was One how long was One? Because sometimes, these shows, we've seen do this type of thing where they sort of stop and then have a continuation later that kind of isn't marked as a season 2, it's just marked as the future episodes. I think the Nightly Man is the best example of this. Nightly Man is 2 seasons, right? It's episode 1 to 3 and it's episode 4 to 6. However, technically since episode 4 to 6 are just a direct continuation, they're not marked off officially as different episodes, they're just marked off of the next episodes, even though they are, in theory, 2 different seasons, right? And the same thing applies here, because of that situation. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many episodes one there were. If there were any added at the end, I don't know, but we'll see. But yeah, I mean, the idea here becomes pretty clear. Backpack or Liam, because we're in the real world, Liam has to go to Bridgeport. I mean, it's the only way that makes sense. Because, like, you can report yourself, I guess, be like, hey. However, that's not gonna work. You're just gonna be, you're gonna be questioned for ages, right? Like, you're gonna be questioned for ages. You still won't have a house. You still won't have a job. You still won't have anything, right? You won't. Your friend, like, you don't have anything. So that's all a problem. And like, the only way for you to get accepted, other than to go to family, which, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I feel like family would probably accept it, but they'd be worried sick, right? Like, the thing is, this guy cannot explain anything to anybody, because you can't explain without sounding like a sociopath that's gonna get put in a mental asylum, right? So you have to explain it in a way that doesn't get you put in a mental asylum. So how do you not do that? You need to go to somebody else who just gets it. So you have to go to Soda Bottle, because Soda Bottle is the only person we know. A bunch of other people got eliminated, yes, but we don't know where Magazine lived. Maybe Magazine lived next door, but we don't know, right? So we have to go to Bridgeport. Oh, the problem is, what the fuck? San Francisco to Bridgeport? How long is that? Hold on, give me a moment. San Francisco. Okay. And then we're gonna go San Francisco. Hold on. Wait, San Francisco. And then Bridgeport. Let's see. How long is this trip? So San Francisco to Bridgeport is a 4.5-hour drive. Wait a minute, Bridgeport, California. Wait, wasn't Bridgeport in Connecticut? Hold on. Oh no, wait, that's a different Bridgeport. Hold on. Bridgeport, Connecticut is a 43-hour drive, 45-day walk, 1,000 hours. It's over. This guy's not making it. Okay, you're not getting to Bridgeport. It's over. Okay, alright. Here we commemorate the real death of Liam Klepek or whatever. Yeah, it's over. Alright. Well, I guess we might find out how that goes in episode 10, which is titled Rattlepate. Don't know what that means? Let's find out. Okay, that is episode 10 of 1. So, for the Object Catchup way of doing things, we arrive at a point, right, where, like, there's a certain point, right, where, like, it's hard to, like, stop here and talk about it. Right, like, it's difficult to stop at this moment, right, when episode 10 ends, and for me to have much to say, because we're just watching a thing now. We're just watching a really great thing that is here on the internet for all of us to enjoy, made for free, and it's just hard for me to it's hard for me to say much, but it's like, it is really intriguing, but, like, I'm not at the time to formulate the thoughts on this stuff, right? Like, it's just a very complicated chat. But anyways, we proceed to see Backpack, who decides and proceeds to go on the hitchhiking journey of a lifetime, 1 full weeks across the entire country, to go from California to friggin' Connecticut, Bridgeport, so that way they get to properly there. I am very appreciative of the concept that we don't just find a hitchhiker who just so happens to be going San Francisco to Bridgeport. I'm glad that it took many rides to get there, because if it took one ride, I would have been like, this is bullshit express. I don't know why Liam is so adamant on not talking to any stranger. Like, I don't know, that interaction was so weird. Because he just showed them a note, and they were like, okay. And then they brought them to Salt Lake City. Like, it's really, like, I don't know. I feel like there would be a little bit more forced chit-chatter, right? But I don't know. It's just so silent. But yeah, they sleep in a bunch of places. They end up seeing a bunch of notes. So what are the notes that we get to see? We get to see, a bunch of notes, as we know, but then a couple that we didn't ever see before. So one of them is what looks to be it wasn't called a lighthouse. It was something. It was called something. But I point out that it was over there at the top, and I also put out a computer with the word Silva on it. A laptop with the word Silva, presumably the password, right? That seems to be what makes the most sense. So it's trying to tell you specifics, and then the number 5. So it's trying to tell you, so like, you know, it seems like Stern is being a bit direct here with what they're, you know, like, it seems like Stern just try to draw out everything that is there, I guess, in a way, because it ends up sort of, you know, being a guide, like, hey, go to Bridgeport, go to this thing that is in Bridgeport, famously, go to the top, there's a laptop, you know, stuff like that. But then the numbers already make sense. Also, shout out to the family that eventually welcomes in Liam into the car. That's cute. What even are those things? Look at them. Dude, I need me to spin-off show with these people. Okay? Look at them, bro. They look like they would make a fun show. But anyways, we eventually find Bridgeport, and in the apartment at room 130, we end up having a soda bottle eventually open up the door, see Backpack, and immediately shuffle out. Immediately. Backpack tries to talk to Soda Bottle. Soda Bottle just keeps the door closed. Soda Bottle's not opening it. And, you know, Backpack just starts to go absolutely nuts. But like, hold on. I did all of this so I could come here. There's nothing I can literally do other than be here, because I'm dead. At least as far as everyone else is concerned, I'm dead. So I just have to, and this is the only person I know who can bring any justice or anything. And in a way, it's sort of valid for, okay, here's the deal. I believe that the initial reaction of Soda Bottle is fine. I'm just gonna say it. It's fine. In my opinion, it is actually a valid reaction. Because if you think about it in just a direct witnessing, Soda Bottle doesn't know what happens after, right? Like, of course, eventually, you know, Backpack proceeds to go on the rat, and then information gets gathered, right? However, and then, you know, Soda Bottle kind of thinks it through, being like, is he lying? Is he not? Like, what is he saying, right? But like, as far as Soda Bottle's aware, the show went on as normal, right? You got eliminated the next day and the next day. So that would mean that under their logic, probably around 6 months after the show would be done, right? We randomly came in here and tried to meet him, right? Which is like, hey, I don't want to be part of this. You know, I don't want to figure this. I don't want to be part of like the after party, right? So like, I understand that as a concept. And because of that, I guess, we end up having this reaction of, it's like, you know, it's a sort of resentful reaction. It's like, really, I don't want to remember this traumatic experience, and you're here to talk to me, right? So I understand that, actually. However, what doesn't end up getting noticed is but then eventually, you know, you end up going like, hey, this was much worse than it even could have been for you, so we need to do, like, you know, it gets to the point where it's like, if the show had happened as normal, I do think that this probably wouldn't have happened, right? So something would have like gone down at the end, like, you know, something would have gone down, and like, not many people would have made too much of a fuss, right? Because at the end of the day, there's not too much that people could do, especially if you consider that a lot of them would return to being inanimate objects, right, in their own Earth. So even the fellas from different universes don't exactly seem like they had too much to go off of here, right? So yeah. But eventually what ends up convincing is Soda Bottle starts thinking about it, is like, hey, been 7 months, Amelia didn't get out, right? And then, yeah, Amelia didn't get out. And as Amelia didn't get out, we end up being like, okay, this is bad. We need to do something. So, they eventually let Liam in. But for Amelia, in a sense, right? Where, like, Amelia and... Wait, but how do we still not know Soda Bottle's fucking name? We don't know it, right? Do we? We don't. For fuck's sake. Why not? Come on. Dude, at least that. That is shareable information. Come on, show. You think, why won't you let me know the fucking guy's name? That's kind of pissing me off. But, either way, yeah. I mean, wow. Yeah, so, they'll proceed to do that. What do any of that mean? I don't know. The numbers still make no sense. Just nothing. Doesn't make a damn thing. Like, I originally thought it was encryption. Doesn't really seem like it. It could maybe be, like, I'm thinking, cause like, it's computer, right? Cause that's like a file. Man, is that a file? Like, is that like a database? You know, because that's what I'm like thinking. Because it's like, if you like, because like, hold on. How would Ari do this? Ari would be on a laptop, okay, with a microphone, with their terrarium thing that they made. And then somehow they would have like this database, and they would get the database of people, I guess, from the universes, right? And then that would do it. So that would make massive numbers, right? That's why the numbers are like 15 digits, right? Because you're because there were just a lot of people in a lot of universes, right? So like that would make sense. And then he just picked out a couple of them, and maybe Stone would be be like, hey, these are the database entries for each one. Because as far, I don't think Backpack has one, right? I don't think Backpack has a note with their own number on it. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing one. So, like, under that law, that would make it. So, that's what I'm currently thinking, if you want to know. It's going to be vibes of that. That's what giving me vibes of. But yeah, I mean, overall, the writing of this, it's smart, it's immaculate, it's just thought out. It just thinks of the details. Yeah, it thinks of the details. I will admit, I am gonna 100% admit, I do think that the notes are a little bit too secret. In the sense where it's like, you're telling me I only get to see that there are notes that aren't numbers last episode and this episode. You're telling me that we couldn't have seen any note that wasn't just numbers in the previous episode. Like, that one I'm a bit disappointed by, because this is a show that has done great hindsight. But so the fact that it completely hid that a lot of Stone's notes were not just number sequences, that is disappointing. I'm disappointed by that. But other than that, everything's great. Yeah, he's great. Apparently, I've heard, but you know, because I do a quick check of the comments, just to see if there's anything important. But like, apparently this syncs to a song called Rattlepate. I think, is Rattlepate a song? Because apparently that's what this episode syncs, or at least that opening sequence syncs to Rattlepate. But I don't know what Rattlepate is. Hold on, Rattlepate is a musical art. Is it? Hold on. Are you? Maybe. Hold on. You're an artist. You're an OSC artist. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Despite popularity, released a Payback 2024. Well, that can't be this. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Sorry to this person. I don't think you're the person that's being. I don't think that's the idea. Okay, I don't know. Rattlepate lyrics. Is there a song? No, I mean, the Rattlepate has made songs, but none of them are called Rattlepate. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what Rattlepate is. But it might be a song. But like, yeah. But overall, yeah. What I was saying, yeah, I really like that. other than, of course, I think that I didn't like that about the notes, but other than that, I do really like how, it's a show that pays attention to the details, right? Like, when you, like, it's one of the few shows where when I've asked a question that's, like, at the end of the day, mostly rhetorical, it answers it, right? Like, I generally was kind of wondering when Backpack was talking, I was going like, hey, you're talking in the middle of a fucking apartment. Are other people not hearing? Are other people not gonna open the door, walk in, anything? And it actually does happen. Like that. Isn't that crazy? So it just pays attention. It goes like, hey, in this situation, what could happen, right? And then it just kind of thinks about it. It doesn't necessarily, especially in this real world, it's like, not everything's necessarily convenient like it is in the plane. So, I think it's intriguing. Alright, well, I have no fucking idea what's going on. Let's go to episode 11. Let's start the investigations. Maybe? Bradley. Oh, let's go. Okay, that is episode 11. What the fuck is going on? Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. Again, like, one of the things that I say on Catchup quite a bit is that I don't tend to talk during episodes, okay? When I'm watching an episode, I tend to be quite silent. Not here. Dude, you don't understand. The sound I made when I noticed text in the background typing guy. When I noticed the guys in the back typed in by Texty, that was legendary. That is honest. Okay, honestly, right? This show's really interesting. Was definitely probably up there in A+ still, okay, because it was difficult. I don't know how it's ended. I don't know what it's still solving so much plotline. I still don't exactly know what's happening, right? However, I'm not gonna lie, that was an S tier moment. that was an S tier moment. I'm not. That was cool. That was sick. That was fire emoji. Okay, all right. So what is happening? We end up having some fellas end up going over to the situation while end up cooking eggs. So and letting the eggs burn. So Liam proceeds to go over to the soda bottle, which we find out his name is Bryce. Finally, took long enough to find out what the hell bro's name is. So we proceed to end up knowing, and we end up having job apparently being cancelled for the week because it needs to be cleaned out with the health inspector. So that means that they have time. They end up going to Silva, which is Bradley. So I'm presuming that's like a full name. You're called like Bradley Silva or something. So they proceed to be hosting a garage sale. And as part of this garage sale, there is a laptop that happens to look eerily similar. So we proceed to go over and find and snatch the laptop for $15. We end up turning it on. Interesting. Wait a minute. Hold on. What is this OS? I know this doesn't matter. Is this an OS that exists? What is that? That's like Polygon. Okay, I don't know. But either way, we end up being on this computer, and it's a very normal looking computer. I'm not gonna lie. And as part of this very normal looking computer, we end up having Liam and Bryce get in a pretty heavy argument, being like, hey, look, these notes we're not just going to randomly figure out what it means. It doesn't work. And I know that the stuff happened, but we can't do anything about it. Going to Goose Chase for some numbers doesn't work. So you see, Bryce is relatively reasonable, right? I still believe that, I think that Bryce is being a bit over pushy about it, I'd understand, but you have the week off. You don't need to do anything. In the nicest way possible. If you were gone to work, this argument you would be in the right, but you don't have you can do something like this. You have spare time. You might as well right? Like, bro's here, not going anywhere. Like, can we just do something, right? And either way, eventually, of course, by playing an air horn sound effect, we end up having Texty manage to eventually realize what's going on. So, being on the thing, and they apparently found important stuff. So, what the fuck's happening? I don't know. But it causes some interesting, some interesting situations because, like, text, you see, the reason why I'm weirded out by this is that Texty is not, at least as far as the Airy said, is not in the same category as those people, right? Which like that's kind of the weird thing about it, you know? Like, Texty seemed to arrive from a different dimension in the same way that Abstracty arrives from a different dimension, or whoever the hell it was, like Circle arrives from a different dimension, right? Like or Folder, right? Like, all those people, those don't arrive from the object world. So that would mean that Texty arrived from the object was really weird, right? Because, like, really, like that is kind of crazy, because it's like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's the type of thing that it just doesn't feel right, you know? Because, like, you're telling me all these people came from different worlds and Texty came in. And you can say, oh, they came from the digital world, but, like, I don't know. I don't know if that exactly applies. It's, okay, do I like that? I feel like it might be a bit too convenient. Like, there's a certain degree where, like, that's a bit too convenient. Really, Texty is from that laptop in... you know, like, from a laptop on this unit, really. But I mean, okay, sure. But it makes sense, I guess, the way how the laptop can type anything on the search engine because Texty was gone, right? So if Texty was gone, I mean, they can get back. So it's happening. Important detail that they need to cover. Important detail that they absolutely need to cover immediately. Airy was back. Liam got eliminated. So, you know, wouldn't this mean that we would be done? Right? Wouldn't one be done by now? Because, like, it's been a week, you know? Like, it's been over a week-ish since they've got eliminated, and as we correctly pointed out, one was ongoing. It was, ongoing for a roughly weekly schedule, right? So unless, the guy dipped off or again, we should theoretically be fine, right? So, like, all I'm saying is that theoretically wouldn't we already be heavily into one, right? Because it's been a lot of time. But theoretically, challenges, shit's already gone down. Is basically what I'm trying to say, right? Which is kind of. It's a section that this needs to be covered because it's like the one kind of gap, it's the one gap. This show's done a great job of bridging time gaps, and making sure things make sense within the time gaps. However, what doesn't really make sense is that's the one thing that doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, because if again theoretically wouldn't so many of them be done where like Senti eventually wouldn't be out of there? Maybe, but we don't really know. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but sometime we're gonna need to see. But like, man, this episode, it was a good episode, right? But yeah, these notes, they really do sort of start to like, it's like, Stone, what are you doing? Like, what is happening? Like, because it's such an interesting way. Because, like, what will happen. But at the same time, you need to make it happen. It's like one of the things. Future telling is so weird because of that. Because it's like, how much, like, what did Stone know? Right? Because it's like there's a degree of knowledge that Stone would need to have to be able to draw the laptop that Bradley has on the table at the angle right? Like, that's a degree of future knowledge that just needs to be there, right? But at the same time, it's intriguing because it's like, well, you draw all these things, and it's like, so you had to draw like that. Like, how does stone work? I don't know. It's super intriguing because, like, does this stone have to cause this? Was it that, like, or is it? I guess that events don't necessarily need to exist. Because, like, okay, I guess. Okay, hear me out. I guess none of the notes that stone put out necessarily mean that it is like something new would happen because of those notes, right? Because, like, that garage sale would realistically have happened anyways, right? So that makes sense. However, I mean, it's so weird, man. Like, if you're like, it would happen anyways, so maybe it's fair, but then you change the feature. But then but then there's a degree of knowledge to know, because again, by the time Stone got eliminated, that garage sale would have been literally 7 months away. So you know, like, it's because it's an important question to me. I personally think that it's an important question. Was Stone trying to cause the future, or was Stone trying to change the future? That's the question, right? Like I think there's a different level of morality and implications to what Stone is doing. If Stone was trying to save them, quote unquote, or if not, right? Same thing goes with, for example, keeping Senti in, right? Like, Senti ends up being a fuel that eventually gets these two to connect. However, I mean, like, did you know that when you were really trying to make Senti's team super safe, but at the same time you failed a couple times and you got eliminated relatively early, right? So I don't know. The Stone's intentions to me are very interesting. I don't know, but we're gonna need to see. This was, for just entirely for personal, I think that this is one of my favorite episodes. I really like it. But all right. Episode 12 of 1 is up next. Episode 12 of 1 is titled Batch 2. Here we go. Okay, that is episode 12 of 1, and yep, just like the other episodes, it keeps on giving. You see, every episode has a very important piece of information in it. Have you noticed? It does such a good job at drip feeding information. Oh my god. But eventually we end up being right there where we last left off. We ended up hooking up a text-to-speech website so that way we could let a Texie talk in a way. But anyways, apparently they were already left alone because the computer didn't work for the days that they were there. And as Texie ends up talking, being like, hey, I don't know if other people live here in the same way that the objects in the other universe could be there. However, I had a feeling other objects could be alive, and maybe they are. I like the gag of a soda bottle or Bryce pushing away the chair and going like, hey, just in case that's a person who wouldn't want to do that. Fair enough. I do like it, like those moments a lot, and I think those moments are very important to the show, because while the show could just be deep, because like the thing about it is that, you know, at the end of the day, it's a very serious situation, it's a very deep situation. However, despite that, it still has managed to, in nearly every episode, sprinkle in a semblance of comedy, a semblance of like positive energy, because it's another thing that the show understands. The show needs a variety of energy. So even when tackling a difficult situation a bit, you gotta still have a bit of humor to it. Right, you gotta have a little bit of comedy, a little bit of humor. Just have something more humorous happen, and in one, it does. Right, meaning that like it helps you connect with the characters because you not only care about them, but you find them funny, right, and all that stuff. So it makes you care when you giggle at it. And it's very important. It's a very important detail. Like that little comedy that doesn't actually impact the show's plot progression is one of the main parts of its plot progression in a weird way, right? Where like if it didn't happen, it wouldn't work as well, you know? Like it would just be too serious, right? When here it doesn't have to be. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. But anyways, we end up discovering here, including some information on the contestants, which happen to exist. We get to find out some, things about them, including Taylor Nolan, who is apparently in Toledo, Ohio. So we now know apparently has separated parents. So that seems to make sense for why she might have been, angry about it. We can also see Moldy, which apparently is Charlotte. Occupation Fright Handler, Brunswick. So yeah, but they're still in the competition apparently. We have Senti, who's still here apparently, yoga instructor. They're apparently from Yakima, Washington. And then in the second batch, there's a couple of people where we get to see airline food. A lot of these people, the people that aren't eliminated, seem to I don't know. The other batches don't seem to have many pictures of them. But for Basie, we get to see that their competition place is 11th. So that means that Basie got out. Basie was eliminated after Backpack. Basie is out in some semblance of a way. I don't know. That is one of the big... Like, what happened to Basie, I still could not tell you. But Basie got 11th. Basie is out of there, presumably after Backpack. So maybe that's what happened. But at least in the universe, it seems as if that's what's going on. Also, I really want to look up this website. Did I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? Do I have to do it? Do I have to do it? I kind of want to do it. Hold on, give me a moment. the plain database. Database.com. Do you exist? Contestants. Season 1. Button calculatory. Yep. Oh, let's go. Let's fucking go. Season 2. Group 2. Yep, there we have it. Group 3. Abstracty, Adam. Oh, let's go. This page is considered non-canon to not appearing in an official episode. Okay. Alright. I see you. Then Tomato doesn't appear. Does it appear? This page is considered non-canon. Okay. This is fire. Is this made by, is this a fan-made page? Who made this page? Yeah, okay. Notice this website's fan-made. Okay, alright. So this is fair. Alright. That makes sense. Well, glad that we know this. Glad that somebody did it, though. Because that's fun. Anyway, shout out to whoever made that. Shout out to plaindatabase.com creators. But anyways, what were we doing? But eventually they discovered that there's a season 1. And as they found out the season 1, they ended up being crazy. There's other contestants. Texie, what do you mean Texie didn't notice? You are text and you didn't read the text. Come on, bro. But, anyways, we end up having a toothpaste be there and appearing, which it seems like Liam doesn't remember. At least they try to apparently see that one of them lives in New York City, and they end up finding out that they're homeless in New York City. So they just check a bunch of homeless shelters, and somehow, by some stroke of luck, they find it. And they proceed to ask him about it. What did they ask him? They ask him about the competition, and he thinks that it's a dream. So apparently, over a decade ago, there was one season 1, which happened with those contestants, and Calculator remembers vague things about it. Very, very vague things. But he still came on and apologizing for it. I think that's really interesting because that could apply a bunch of things. He'd be so close to killing us and then apologizing for it. Because that is not something that Eri does here. Because Eri has recovery. So maybe that's what's going on. maybe the problem with that, you know what, that I'm gonna say is that I think that the problem with season one is that it did not have recovery. Boom. That's my new theory. It did not have recovery, so therefore we end up having a super, like, it ends up going wrong because people die, right? And it ends up being, and they have to make the challenges safe and everything. So yeah, and I think that's the reason why a lot of the challenges in this episode are not necessarily that complicated, but like, because I don't know, because Eri feels no remorse in the murder here. Just like, oh, I respawned them. So I think that in season one there was no recovery. But either way, we end up having Bryce ending up just going like, hey, look, you need to no, sorry, then they're going like, yo, we did a dream research study or whatever, and then they're going like, yo, backpack, yo, freaking Liam, we can't get this guy to think it's real, and either way it wouldn't matter. Right? So we will just get it done with. So we end up having the numbers. What do the numbers mean? We don't know. We still don't know, but right there at the end of the episode, we have a major realization or whatever, a gasp, and we end up finding out they seem to be looking they seem to be thinking of the TV static, of the radio static, so maybe that's what's up. It is also, of course, intriguing that numbers, calculatory has a shit ton of numbers, but it could be something like that, but either way, it could, we end up having a gasp because of the radio static. Now, just because the TV radio might have something to do with it, which I think one of the comments pointed out, I don't know what that even would entail. Like, what does that mean? You know, what the fuck does that mean? The TV radio? Sorry, the radio? Like, I mean, yeah, you can tune the channels, but not to 17-digit numbers. Like, what are you supposed? And either way, like, what would that even, like, you know? It doesn't. None of that makes sense, right? Like, it's just the number is too long to be inputted into anything. That's the reason why it's confusing. The number is way too long. It's way too big, and I'm still confused because one of them is called SF. That means the only thing I could ever imagine that meaning is San Francisco. It's the only thing that makes sense. San Francisco, SF, and there's a shit ton of numbers. But why would SF be a thing and not somebody else? Like, I don't know. Doesn't make sense. But man, the episode's good. I like the comedy in this episode quite a lot. Texting them leaving the laptop, and going, oh man, and all that jazz. Like, it's all very fun. But like, in general, we're gonna need to see it. I've, like, in the same way that Liam has been trying to figure out these number ranges, I've been also trying to fucking, like, figure out what these numbers mean for nearly the entire time I've been watching the episodes. To be like, what could it be? I've been like thinking in my head. I don't fucking know. I don't know. The numbers, it's not something I'm being 100% honest. I don't think it's something logical. Gonna be on. If I look at whatever the solution of those numbers turn out to be, and I'm like, that makes sense, I will be majorly surprised. There is no, it's some bullshit. It's something bullshit that Liam is gonna randomly have the Einstein degree revelation, because there is no way. There's just no, it's too confusing. I don't, but look, let's see. Liam is about to do the clutch up of the century. Okay? Clutch up of the century. And go famous last words. It's no code. Oh no. 113, here we go. Okay. That is episode 13 of 1. What I mean, yeah, dude, it's so interesting. Like, to me, the part that's the most interesting about this is definitely the advent of a story playing out like it has to, like it's supposed to, and like it's so intriguing to have information about the future, but you don't know how you're getting there. You only know that it has to get there, you know? It's really, really interesting. In a way, like, I've never watched it, okay? And then before, I've basically not watched it, okay? But it kind of gives me Death Note vibes. Because the concept of a Death Note is really interesting, no? Like, you'll write somebody's name down, and you don't know how. You just know that it'll all work itself out so that happens, right? And, like, it's so intriguing because, like, Stone gave all the information, but it just so happened, like, eventually it all lines up. And it doesn't line up in a way where you can't not like, it lines up in a completely unpredictable way. Like, Stone, after this episode, there is a 100 million% chance there is no way that that Stone could have not known about these events when they wrote down those notes. It's not possible, because, like, it just doesn't make sense. You would not be able to know about the stormy cloud on top of the nuclear power plant, right? Like, that would happen, like, literally 7 to 8 months after that. Stone has to know that that the events that transpire are directly related to it. However, it's so interesting because the event happens so clearly because of the notes, right? The notes are like, the notes was getting my head in. Like, it's all like these events happen because of the notes, but it's like, Stone, would you not know about the notes? Do you want this to happen? Maybe you want the future to happen. Right, like, I guess that's, like, in a way that is interesting, right? Like, maybe Stone envisioned a positive future, but it was like, so they decided to play to it. But, like, dude, it's so interesting. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's so intriguing, man. It's so intriguing. It's like, we won't, but I really hope that one day, okay, in one of these episodes, Stone explains himself. I really need to hear back from Stone. I need to hear back from Stone so much. I need to know. But anyways, what is actually happening? We end up having the concept being like, hey, they end up realizing that it has to be a radio. It's the only thing that has a lot of numbers that can lead you to something, right? A signal, that has a decimal point. Maybe it's a bit confusing because the decimal point, there's only one of them. The thing that personally would throw me off that theory is the fact that there's never one decimal point. Have you noticed? It's always dot slash. It's dot dash, right? It's like, it's dot. Like, it's nearly never a dot number, which is what a radio station tends to be, right? Yeah, station could be a 102 FM, but, like, maybe you can count it 102.0, sure. But, like, I mean, like, it's always dot number. It's never dot another symbol, basically, right? That's kind of what confusing. Like, I'd understand it, but it doesn't feel right with it being radio because of that. But I have a way of them going it and end up being like, hey, it has to be a radio because the one thing I saw when I was dead was the radio, right? But the only way to get there is by dying. So that doesn't seem like the plan. And eventually, as it's raining, they end up deciding that, hey, I have to do this, right? And Bryce proceeds to go over there. And eventually find out that, first of all, the car fucking crashed. So Bro does not know how to drive a car. But other than that detail, we end up having push over Liam, and they have a great, and they have like one of the all-time great arguments. So at the end of the day, you can see their perspectives, and they're both correct. That's one of the really interesting thing about this argument. They're both correct. For Liam, there is literally nothing in life that could possibly benefit No, basically, there is nothing in life that would, like, lose out on. Because, like, at the end of the day, they've lost everything. Liam has lost everything. Right? Like, they are currently dead. They don't own any of their belongings. Nobody else thinks about them. Like, they can't, like, it's just, they're not somebody with anything, right? Which means that doing the concept of life, especially here randomly in, like, Connecticut, it just doesn't work. You have to do everything in your power. And these notes don't make sense. However, yeah, at the end of the day, you have to just trust it, Like, Stone never okay, you gotta remember one of the details. Stone never said anything that they knew the future to them, apparently. But, like, either way, they seem to you just have to play along with it. But at the same time, Bryce is 100% correct as well. Bryce has their life together at the end of the day, right? Like, Bryce has a job. Bryce did well and graduated. Bryce does has a life, has friends, has everything. Like, they have a life. And so for them, it's like, sure, I can research this weird thing that happened throughout the week because it's really weird and it's affecting people and it's really important. However, I can't reasonably jeopardize everything for the sake of it because they have something, right? Like, you can see, like, the divide is so clear, but it's so difficult for each other to understand each other because there's a direct need for one's help for another, right? Like, Bryce needs Liam to stop, but Liam needs Bryce to help because Bryce has the resources and Liam has the willingness, right? Like, these two only work as a duo. That's the thing. If Liam solos it, it doesn't work. He doesn't find out anything. He doesn't have anything to work with. If Bryce solos, then there's no reason for them to do it because at the end of the day, sure, it's a weird thing that happened, but like Calculator, for example, seems to still be living their life relatively normally, just, homeless, right? And like, that's the deal. Like, you can think about it, be sad for them, but in the same way that anybody else you might have died, like, you can be sad, but there's not much to do about it, right? Like, it's just but they need both because with Liam's willingness and desire and just needing to put their entire heart into it, but then Bryce to come in here with the resources and proper, like, tools to get it to happen, they need two. It needs to be two. And that is the really intriguing part. And I think at a certain point, right, like, Bryce ends up having the realization, right, when they eventually do go up to the power plant, because it's like it's the type of thing where there isn't a realistic, there just isn't a way for Liam to get out, because, like, what are they gonna do? Like they need, something needs to happen. Basically, something needs to happen. And Bryce eventually realizes this, both because they want their keys back, but also because they want to get, they're trying to be there. But yeah, well, here's the deal. All right, I'm gonna say something that might be dumb. Okay, all right, hear me out. Here's a thing that might be dumb that I'm about to say. Out of the crimes you could commit, climbing a power plant at 4 a.m. is not that bad. Just, not saying, don't go do that. Don't go making one in real life. Okay? It won't work. But, like, I'm just saying that, like, to be fair to Bryce, if there's anything that nobody else is getting reasonably hurt from them to, like, I don't know if it's raining and thunderstorming, but, like, if a thunder struck on a nuclear power plant, I feel like there'd be bigger problems to worry about than a person being there, right? So it'd be pretty unlikely that would happen, even though it does. But even though it would be pretty unlucky that would happen, nobody's actually there. We're presumably not destroying property. Like, it's not that bad of a crime. Okay, I'm just saying that's all that I'm really trying to say here. But yeah, I mean, they're interesting. And then, of course, the final scene, the keys get handed over, and as part of the keys, when they touch, a fuzz comes in, and the lightning strikes both of them. They drop down to the ground, and, well, very presumably, I mean, you can survive a lightning strike. It is technically possible. It is not what I'm presuming happened to either of them. They seem to have died, because that is the thing that at the end of the day this episode implies. So the death would imply that they have a chance of returning to the afterlife place, right? So this is a really interesting situation, because what is going on? Right? I mean, like, it's the afterlife place wasn't looked like a very airy thing, right? Because at the end of the day, the only person that was there was Toothpaste, right? And there wasn't basically there was basically nothing else there. In terms of what there is to work with, what there's to think about, because if it was just basically what I'm worried about is, like, if it was a global afterlife place, then fair enough, but it doesn't look like a global afterlife place. It just looks like the place where you'll get respawned by Airy when you're in the show, when you're in the grounds, right? However, you're not in the grounds, you're in real life, you're out of the show, so are we sure you don't just die? Right, like that's the massive concern. Like, are you just not just going to die? Are you actually going to get back there? Maybe they're just in the database, so they'll just get there anyways, even though they are eliminated. Same thing that would eventually help out, somebody like Toothpaste, to do that, because if they proceed to do all that, then that means that like they died, and like at the end of the day, at least they're waiting to be revived, but they're never ready to revive them because that stuff's already done, right? So that would make sense, but yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't know, but I will be 100% honest. I'm getting rushed here a little bit. So for today is gonna be the one episode that I watch. By the next section, the section for 114, it will be the next day, and I'll be refreshed to see what the afterlife has to hold for Bryce and Liam. Here we go. Universe Modulation. Good luck, future me. Okay, it is the next day, and I have watched episode 14 of ONE, and as usual, in terms of rating, it still does its job very well. I have been constantly saying throughout the series that the show has been great at drip feeding information. It keeps doing it. The more we discover that turning the knob on the radio does actually lead to a billion-digit code, which means that you end up having the antenna be the universe, I guess, teleporter that you can choose, so that you can, I guess, reincarnate in the universe. Presumably, I don't know how exactly that works. Maybe in this, okay, hey, here's the deal. In the sense that, like, having, like reincarnation in a way, but then you wouldn't know what code your universe is in. So presumably the idea is that somebody would reincarnate, but like in a completely different space, right? So that way, it is literally, like, it isn't in a way reincarnation, but reincarnation in a random system because you don't know the code of each universe. It's really interesting. However, beyond that, yes, can confirm Bryce and Liam are dead. They are officially in the afterlife area. Now, the big thing that we discovered, this is the main thing, is that the room is actually different for every person. For Liam, it is this sort of like watery place with infinite walls. For Bryce, for example, it seems to be their old neighborhood, and Stella's there. Stella, who seems to be Bryce's sister, maybe, and like older sibling. So that's what's going on. Who is there, right? And presume, and like, I mean, it's difficult to know what it is because like there's so many questions, There's so many questions about it. For example, right? One of the clearest questions is that, like, well, I mean, for example, if Stella, what is that Stella? What is that style that we're seeing? Is this a mirage? Because nobody else can see it. Nobody else see your universe, but nobody else can see the people that you are seeing, right? And by the way, Texties ends up being a puppy room, presumably because they were looking at puppy videos. So yeah, what is it based on? Is it based on trauma? Is it based on the most important memory you have? Well, then why is Liam's just nothing? Does Liam have nothing? Does Liam have no memories? And all that jazz. So then it would explain, I guess, why the afterlives would be different. So that way, I mean, if you talk to Amelia about it, maybe Liam and Amelia would have had different experiences because they technically were in different rooms to themselves, right? So that's why that conversation never got to happen. The conversation that I really wanted to happen, back when they're still on the plane. So that's kind of going on. But then it's like, because, you know, if there really is this radio and everything's going on with it, theoretically, wouldn't the real Stella have reincarnated under one of the other universes? Why would you be there, right? However, it seems as in the cold open, when there's a million people and they all are like walking in and, you know, stampeding because they are seeing different people, right? You see that one character calling out to a Jasmine. Nobody else can see Jasmine, but they can, right? So it seems to be it's some sort of like a memory zone. It's something interesting. I still do think that it's maybe okay. I will be honest. I still think that it's maybe a little bit undecided about how this works in terms of other people. Because, like, hold on, what do you mean? Like, you spawn in the midst of, like, 1,000 people, then they all proceed to walk away, and now you're just two there alone. Like, alone, nobody else cared about the radio, just everybody left. You two are there alone, and every single time you die, you're gonna be there alone. No other person ever shows up. It's like, wait a minute. What? Has nobody died in the past minute? It's kind of weird. And I'm a bit suspicious of it. I feel like that's the type of part that's like, you know, for a show that has been thinking every detail through, I feel like that detail maybe not the most clear, but it's also not exactly a super relevant detail. But anyways, as they start adventuring around the universes, they proceed to try typing in the number. However, it turns out to be extremely difficult. Bryce has the self-control of a generation, managing to not actually ever walk towards Stella, despite getting literally constantly teased. How it manages to stick by to Liam and get the radio numbers in after the many tries, entering many universes, which bring them to, you know, again, a billion different places. However, they proceed to find a goofy way to die in each, meaning that they are eventually okay. But they eventually manage to find the universe. I mean, look, I understand. They're writing like a billion-digit code with a knob that goes way too... Like, it doesn't... Like, that would take hours. That would literally take hours. But then they eventually find Stone's Land. What did they find? It's just a freaking gigantically long plane. It has stones on it. There's none of them are alive. It's just stones. Like, there's really nothing... There's nothing here. Now, there is the detail that we know about that, you gotta remember, there is, the characters that are inanimate objects sometimes can turn alive, right? This is one of the things. I don't know if it's true for the stone room, right? Like, is stone one of those stones, and they're conscious, but they're not thinking in their aliveness, right? In the same way that sort of like the lunch tray stays sort of inanimate on the human Earth, but not in other place, right? Like kind of those things. So, that's intriguing. But then, indeed, Liam's right in the theory, in the theoretical confusion. That's like, okay, well, why would Stone get us here if it doesn't matter, right? And all that stuff. But anyways, as we find out, Texty ends up finding that apparently in the website there's a kill command. First of all, fuck off. There's no internet there. Just saying. First of all, there's no Wi-Fi in Afterlife. They didn't. There's no way they implemented that. Okay, that's not a thing. There's no way that website should be functional. that is BS, McGee. But other than that, we end up having that each of the website's code ends up having a kill command for the characters. This is a big deal, is it not? Like, Taxi just saying as if it's normal, but what do you mean the website has the power? The website has the power to murder the entries on it? It's not, it's like, it's literally, like, that's what it is. If it has a kill command, does it have a... If it has a kill command, does it have a respawn command? Yo! Sure, wait. Now that's intriguing. Because like, if you can kill... no, because like, of course, this is so much power. But this is an immense amount of power. If you can kill command those three, that means that you can kill command any character. So first of all, you can kill command other people. But then, like, for example, you see how there's interesting theory that you could go about this. If Amelia's still there, could you kill command Amelia and then you're in the same place? Right? Doesn't that work? I mean, theoretically, Ari would revive it, but you can have a chat. Right? All this stuff's like there. Could you do a respawn command? So could you get back into the plane in a way? Does that make sense? But then, I mean, you wouldn't really want to do that. However, you could technically, maybe, because if it's because like the kill command is really interesting because it makes the database directly influential, right? Like the data, it's not just a website with info. It is directly a source of action, right? Which means that, like, now to think about it, why would you make this database? Well, you would make this database so you can control who's controls the database, right? Meaning that, maybe this is what Ari is directly using, right? For spawning and killing. So this is all really intriguing. So, like, that is what I'm thinking. Cause yeah, maybe you can code in clouds. I feel like this is important. I feel this is like a bombshell. No, this is like a boom. You know, this is important bullshit that's happening right now. Okay, I see you. Okay, all right. But anyways, they eventually decide to take the kill command to go back, and they proceed to dip out with the flashlight remaining on there. Well, they still have many places to go. There's if you remember, there's a radio FM connected to each one of the characters' names, which is very intriguing. Why? Because, well, the characters all live in the same place. You know, and like in a weird way, because like getting it to because I'm thinking where it's like Amelia and like Taylor / magazine, right? Their radio should just bring back to Earth, right? But then it's kind of like every universe, like this. You see, this is why multiverse theory kind of turns insane. It's like, wait, so you're telling me that this radio would have a knob for every single place in every single universe? So like, it's not just choosing that you spawn on our universe; it's choosing where exactly you spawn in our universe. Meaning that you can directly spawn. That there's probably the code that lets you spawn directly in Amelia's house or something, right? Like something along those lines, right? Or like, you know, SF, I feel like at this point has to mean San Francisco. So that's the code to go back to San Francisco, right? So, that, you see, like, all of this info is really interesting. So, I don't, man, dude, oh, God. This is a lot. This is intriguing. This is a very intriguing series. You know, you'll notice like the more, because like the way that I kind of weight it is that the less I talk about technical details and the more I talk about lore, that's how much. That's like the metric of how invested I am in the lore. And I'm basically not talking about technical details because, to be fair to the technical details, they have been very, very similar. You know, like, to be fair to the show, it has managed to keep itself very, very consistent in terms of quality. It does audio work very well. It knows when to pause music, which is really important, of course. You know, taking in that moment to like still having tracks. However, you know, because sometimes you want to be a little show offy when you make your own OST, right? Like, you know, you want to display it. However, this show is a show that knows when to take its OST, use it, but also knows when it's time to silence it and just focus purely on the sound effect work, right? So it does it does a great job in the audio department. Voice acting, again, almost never the voice actors are too tested. Like lately, Bryce and Liam, of course, have with their arguments, but in general, they're doing fine. And in terms of animation, it keeps being a very similar style, and I mean the style hasn't changed, but it remains very distinctive, and it shows off the emotion that it has to. It manages to make like that how does it that Scatterbrain look really well. So like that, like flabbergasted, that like look really well. That's like one of the best looks that it can do. So yeah, absolutely. But overall, that's Universe Modulation. They will as far as episode cutoffs, this is probably the most random. It feels like it's the least like at an important moment. However, we'll see where they try to go to next, because it's time for one episode 15, which is titled A Toast. Here we go. Okay, a little while back, I watched episode 15 of One, which is A Toast. It's the first episode where there's a bit of a gap between me watching and me talking about it because of some things I had to get to. However, I think this episode was a nice one to do that, because it is definitely, I would say, the second least relevant episode of One, in the sense of the amount of progression that happens, right? Like, we don't get to, like, we basically remain in the same plot, but, like, we get back, we discover San Francisco, which I think was pretty easy to tell. We buy out a charger for Texty. We do indeed figure out that San Francisco is that code. And eventually what ends up happening is one of Liam's old coworkers finds Liam and be like, what the hell? You live? But we end up having Liam come up here with an on-the-spot Omega lie, being like, hey, look, I got a telemarketing job in like Australia. So, yeah, but then it's like, yo, hold up. So why the hell is San Francisco Police Department thinking you were dead? Was I don't know. This is weird. Very weird. So... yeah, that's interesting, but I would end up being like, hey, look, I gotta do some other stuff right now. I'm both for it, but look, yeah, and I mean, look, it's not the greatest lying of all time. I will admit, it's not top 10 lies ever told. However, again, I like it. Again, there's this human nature to this writing, because like you see, it's just the type of thing that's well thought out, right? Like when you look at it, it seems really honest. However, it doesn't naturally come to mind if you're writing, right? Like if you're writing something, you need to directly think it into your head. This person is coming up with a lie on the spot. It has to be bad, right? Because you can't just come up with a goaded lie. Like, no, like, I mean, maybe sometimes you can somehow clutch it out, but on average, it's gonna come awkward. The story's gonna come out sloppy. The details aren't gonna quite align. However, on average, a person tends to trust you anyways, right? Like you see, it's all very true to how this type of situation would theoretically function IRL, right? And regardless of that, that's still like a detail that you really got to factor in when you at home are writing, because like you gotta think it through. You gotta properly think of the circumstances a lot of a character, right? Because it's like you can't just think it out for a day what you're gonna type and then write it out. No, you gotta kind of think about it on the spot as well. So I think it's important to point it out. But anyways, as we end up doing that, they end up just getting a drink while charging the laptop at a place. So that way Texty, because Texty was on low battery, was on 10% battery. It's really a shame. They realistically should have bought like a portable charger. I mean, I don't know. They could have bought like a power bank. I feel like that might have been a smarter decision. But anyway, they just buy any charger. They can charge up Texty, and then decide to go back. They end up getting a water and make a toast to One. And then the big thing that actually happens is right there at the end, as they end up going into the alleyway where the notes were first read by Liam. We end up having Texty foot in the code, but in the middle of Texty's countdown towards death, Bryce gets TP'd away. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is something that has been in the back of my mind since the literal beginning, there's a rejoin, isn't it? This is a show. One is a show. What do object shows have? They have a rejoin. They have a rejoin. So, votes are fake anyways, right? So it's not like so that means that we're directly involved in having a rejoin. So I'm super scared of the concept. Hey, I think Bryce might have just rejoined one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be 100% for it. I think Bryce rejoined one. I might be wrong. Maybe something else happened. But I think Bryce rejoined one because it's the only way that you realistically disappear if you got respawned. Right? You got respawned for some reason by somebody in the database, right? But why would you do that? Well, the only other person around is Ari, right? So it seems to be something. It seems to be something. So yeah, I think that's what's happening. That's so scary. That's so sad. Because then it's gonna be Liam and Taxi. Because Liam and Ted definitely worked. There's something I know with Bryce. I will admit that like it could be fine because the thing about it, Taxi does need to input 3 commands. I don't know if you can input the same the command that murders 3 people at the same time, but it doesn't matter. But it didn't manage to do it before, so it has to do 1, 2, 3. It will make sense. But I don't. I don't know, man. I don't know. Think Bryce rejoin one though. That's my honest 100% prediction. Because it just feels like the type of thing that would happen. You know, it really does. It's just the type of thing that would happen. And then the episode just ends. But yeah, I mean, it's another very low episode, very nice episode. For once, a hopeful episode. Yeah, because you know, with one, it's been kind of negative McGee. Here, you know, somebody's miserable. Lately, it's been. Earlier it was Bryce. Earlier it's been. Earlier it was Bryce. Currently it's been Liam. Right, but it's nice to have an episode where it's like it really feels like we're getting somewhere. Right, like it does. Being able to be in San Francisco has really lifted up their spirits because it removes so much of the jeopardy, man. Because at the end of the day, right, like it's a thought in the back of their mind forever. Right, where it's like, okay, yeah. We're currently, you know, we died. You know, that's a very simple thought in the back of your mind. We died. We keep dying. We come back here, but we can't go back there now, can we? Right? It's a really important detail about it that like ends up being important. So having that return path to San Francisco or to Earth is very important. I mean, I'm pretty sure the other alive people on Earth also had the numbers attached to them. But other than that, it ends up being relatively nice that it's at least an option. It's at least a thing that is logical. It's a thing that can happen. And it's a thing that exists. So yeah, that is episode 15 of one. It's definitely the one. It's definitely the one with the least to say. But I think I do value it as a necessary episode because of that positivity. You know, like instead of it being a plot setter in a way, it ends up sort of cementing its position as a mood setter. Right? It's a mood changing episode because before you can get into what I'm presuming is going to be the important story arc, the confrontation, the important meetings that will take place, right, heading towards the final episode, we're gonna need we need the important mood shift that we need to have them be hopeful, and we need to know that they were hopeful before the misery comes in, because if we think they're miserable and then they continue to be miserable, it doesn't work. Like, it needs that moment, it needs that the buffer period where the characters are doing their thing and they're hopeful about the future, right? So we know that they were hopeful only because of this episode. It had to be. So they're hopeful. Let's see how they're gonna get crumbled down in episode 16, which is titled Bottle Episode. Where did you go, Bryce? I told you, bro. I told you. Okay. First of all, by the way, I swear. Hold on. Give me a second. I swear that that like song at the end, it really reminded me of something. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me a moment. Hold on. How did this go? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Isn't that a song? Wait a minute. Dun 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 dun. Wait. Dun 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 dun. Wait, that's a song. What song is that? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is that like a? Is that a classical thing? Hold on. I don't. No. Wait. Is that a? Yo, there's a. That's a song. Hot. That dun 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 dun. Whatever. Okay, I'm not gonna figure it out. I'm not gonna figure it out in time. But like, that's a song. I recognized it. Okay, that song's inspired from another song. But anyways, Anyways, I fucking told you it was a rejoiner. I clocked that like 4 books in a trench coat. So let's see. We have ourselves the update about what the hell is going on. Okay. With the eliminated contestants, we have, I believe, roughly 6 people remaining in the competition. A lot of them got eliminated. We end up having definitely the most, I guess, humorous episode in a while, when they're having them fellas return to where they are. Contact less returns, and obviously they're now not with a human anymore. Because, well, first of all, they fall back to where they were, and of course the boss isn't there anymore. But yeah, it's very unfortunate. So they're just chilling there now. We end up having Circle back to their land, whatever the hell is going on there, and then 4 ends are going back to their computer into whatever type of dimension they are. So yeah, it's just it's a bit sad. You know, to think about it, because it's like, you know, like, I think a lot of these people, a lot of these characters didn't really think about it that much, right? Like, those inanimate people on Earth, like, they didn't think about the concept of getting replaced, right? Like, it is a really interesting thing to think about sometimes, right? Because it's like, for an object person, right, for a human, like, in a way, right, they're not replaceable, right, in the way, right, like a person, it's like, of course, I mean, you can replace them, but it's not just one person that's gonna be exactly like you, right? Like, there's not gonna be a person that lives in your house, has your things, like, to a certain degree, every person, like, nobody can replace a person, you know? Like, somebody can replace a job shift, somebody can replace you in your house, but, like, in general, nobody will have the exact same life that you have, right? However, for those characters, for the characters that are inanimate who can live, right? The ones from Earth, those 4, it's really intriguing because they are replaceable. The contact lens, the boss got new ones. The subway seat, right? Like, the subway seat wouldn't return to the subway because they would have installed another one because the subway seat mysteriously disappeared, right? So the subway seat that's currently there wouldn't be in use anymore. So those objects, in a way, directly, right? Like, for contact lens, for subway seat, for base, for maybe not for base. Base might have a chance to clutch up, right, and still live, you know, because they would show up back at the house, right, and then maybe it'll be, oh my god, right? So then, like, there will be a chance there. However, in majority of situations, right, like, the object ends up like, the objects are disposable. And, like, I mean, like, maybe the school lunch rate will be fine. Like, maybe the school lunch rate and the base, I think, would have chances. Everybody else, not really. So it's like, it's intriguing having that concept, because it means that for those inanimate objects, in a way, their proper life pretty much is entirely down to how long they're on the show. It really is, right? Like, if you think about it, it really is. It comes down to that. It comes down to that. For them, it does. Like, contact lens has become nothing anymore, right? Because of the competition. As soon as they left the competition, it was pretty much wraps for them. They couldn't get to they don't serve a purpose. They're just there on the ground, right? And I think that's a really interesting distinction that this show isn't gonna focus on. It's not. It's got way other things to focus on. However, I do think that the mentality of those characters is extremely interesting as well. Like those people, those objects that secretly have those are one of the most interesting parts of the show to me. I'm gonna be honest. They're one of the most interesting parts because they function under such a different mentality and lens that is just really intriguing. But anyways, they end up going over to chat to Moldy, who's dead. They call him over, and then Moldy's just not there, so that's weird. We proceed to have Moldy eventually get respawned by Eri, who has no idea where the hell Moldy went, but then we proceed to have Moldy come back, and now they're interested in asking questions. So what did happen? What happened? They seem to be thinking some stuff over. Well, presumably, okay, so my presumption on what happens, right, is that Moldy is dead, so they disappear so that they can go to the dead land. I don't know. It's so hard to know. It's so hard to know how this afterlife works, man. Because what happens if you die of the natural cause? Because okay, they died from mold. That presumably, right? The mold ate them or whatever. So they died. They proceed to disappear because they're not there. And then presumably they got respawned and they're back to how they were, at least to start the competition, because it's the last state that the database had them in, right? It's the state that they got added into the database, so Eri can recover them like that, quote unquote. So it's interesting, okay? But yeah, we end up asking what's going on, and eventually we end up finding out what the people would do. They would wish for relatively regular things, the inanimate objects. Moldy wants to try to wish for the mold to never come back, maybe. And in the meantime, Amelia ends up kind of questioning. We end up kind of seeing how Amelia starts to slowly, they don't seem to really want to leave anymore. They're sad about it and everything, but it seems like they've given up on the concept of leaving, right? And again, in my eyes, it's perfectly reasonable, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. It's not even the reason. The thing about it is that it's not even the reason. But again, at the end of the day, really, Amelia's life is so over, in a way, right? Like, you're not coming back and just living normal. You're coming back with nothing. You're coming back as an adult with zero things, and you just have to YOLO, right? So, it wouldn't work, really. Which means that, again, that's kind of what I think, and what would happen to me if I was in one, right? Like, I would want to leave ASAP, but after the 7-month break, I'd be like, okay, it would quite literally be over. It would be over. So after a certain point, it shifts from try to leave to try to stay, because at least here there's a life, right, where you've lost the other one. So that's absolutely the mentality, and it's not even the mentality Amelia has. I don't know what the mentality Amelia has is, but either way, we proceed to have the rejoin. What is the mentality? I'm trying to figure it out, because what is Amelia actually thinking? Because part of me is like, oh, they've got friends here, because when we saw in the midst of the 7-month break, right, we ended up seeing Amelia be really into it, setting up shifts, setting up a work structure, and really kind of managing it, and just kind of being like, okay, survival mode on, let's lock in, right? Just kind of, let's sort out a system, a society, and anything, right, between the fellas that are here. And despite that, maybe that's fulfilling. Maybe you've built a connection to these characters, just anything. But I feel like coming back will be interesting. I don't think you would necessarily not want to leave directly because of that, but I guess maybe you do. God, I don't know. It's really difficult to say. It's very, very difficult to say. But like, we'll probably get to find out. And the rejoiner indeed ends up being Soda Bottle, which we gotta say Soda Bottle now. Senti ends up calling out their name immediately, and it's crazy, and it's gonna be miserable. But what is gonna happen? I don't know. However, there's the one problem. That's of course the big problem, right? What's the big problem? Liam. Liam ends up being the big problem situation here, because you have Liam suddenly, God disappears. Gone, right? So that's a problem, because Liam's not going to be left alone, well, with Taxi. However, there's going to be a panic, right? Again, there is a massive question mark about how that afterlife works, right? Because it's like, okay, if Bryce sped ran dying, okay, just proper sped ran dying, would they get back to Afterlife Land before and have a moment to explain to Liam what is going on before Aerie notices and TPs them back? That way there's that information. That would be the way to do it. At least as far as I understand this show's logic, right? Like, because you see, this show's logic makes sense. A surprising amount of it, right? Like, I mean, there's certain parts of it that are questionable, like the radio system, but like, other than that, like, if you play by its logic, it makes sense at the end of the day, right? So I'm kind of trying to play along here and try to see. But the one part about the game, about the logic that I don't understand, is how entering the afterlife works. Do you just die? Is it every death, point blank, gets you into that universe? Is that how that works? I don't know. Maybe like, nothing currently implies that it's not, but like, it's sort of weird because Liam experiences it every time. Bryce now does. A bunch of random people do. But then would the people from their life, like, was that Stella not real? Did Stella pass by this place when Amelia died? Remember back in the early episodes, did that happen to her? She didn't say anything about that. Moldy died just now. They didn't seem to think about that, but they did seem to have a much more refreshed outlook on life. But that might just be because they respawn with a lesser mold than the mold they had before. You see, it's just difficult. It's difficult to clock. It's so hard. And that's just the question. I cannot reasonably predict, like, I cannot reasonably theorize without that knowledge. So, look, we're just gonna need to see, alright? We're here for the ride. It's time for the big ones. The big episodes are 17 and 18. 17 and 18. Episode 17, it's, I think, the biggest episode of one in terms of the raw length of it, because it is titled, You Move, I Send. 60 minutes and 40 seconds. 117. Here we fucking go. Okay. That is episode 17 of one. What? Whoa, that might be, I don't know how to describe it, man. That is one of the episodes. That is one of the episodes. It's so interesting because it's like, you see, this, I'm getting it now. I'm getting it. I was getting it, but I'm getting it more, like, why it is that, this show, at the end of the day, gets hailed as one of the all-time great. I'm understanding it. But again, like, this episode, it's subtle. It's subtle the way that that these interactions play out. However, the way that these interactions play out are so, like, like, they focus in on the massive writing strength that I point out earlier, right? Like, at the end of the day, what's going on with, like, what happens with Aerie here, right? Like, it's so, it's again taking advantage of the biggest strength of this writing. It manages to take perspective and increase it to 1,000,000. It has a deeper understanding of these characters, the writing here of the show, than anything. And then, like, it's even imaginable, you know? Like, the amount of understanding, of just deep understanding of Eri that you need to have to be able to write Eri like this, because there are so many components that build out what is that Eri that we see right there. There are so many little components that you can see, you'll notice, and it's super intriguing. First of all, Eri is the lamp. I believe that if I was watching this 100% blind, you know, like not seeing any, like, if I had somehow never seen any frame of one before, I would have not known. Like, I would not have clocked that Abstracty was turning into Eri, right? However, despite that, we end up having the relatively intriguing thing, right, where like I kind of could tell, because as soon as I saw the slip and fall, right, the where glass shattered, where Eri slipped and fell and they got like hurt for a while, like as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, the lamp is Eri, because I've seen this lamp before. I've seen this lamp before in media and in photos and in profile pictures and stuff, right? Like, I've seen it, and it was a cracked lamp, so I was like, okay, alright, Eri is very likely that lamp, so I'm not surprised by that necessarily. I think I would have been if I would have been entirely blind, but, like, in general, I'm not necessarily too surprised by it. But overall, we end up having the encounter where let's start at the beginning. First of all, we end up having the first moment where how do I point it out? We end up discovering that the soda bottle is back in the competition, or Bryce is back in the competition, because the competition placement has returned to NA. Liam gets fed up and goes, "We're going back." Okay, so they proceed to do that and teleport over to Eri. It happens to be nighttime though, and that makes it scary, and be like, this doesn't look very normal, so let's just get out of here. They proceed to get out of here based on Techti's advice. Techti proceeds to kill them. Yet again, I am still not 100% sure why they never try to pull a kill switch on a character who's not there, right? Because as far as they're aware, what seems to happen is that when a character dies, they proceed to go back to Afterlife Land. So, if you pull the kill command on Bryce, they should get to you, right? I mean, maybe not, but by the logic that I can reasonably understand, I think they can reasonably understand, that's how that works. You die, you go here. Right? So, it seemed to be relative. I don't know. It seemed to be relatively logical to me. I can get it, but they never try that. They never try that. For some, they don't. They just don't. So, yeah, we proceed to go there, and this time when they die from Eri's landscape, we end up finding that on the couch there's the toothpaste. Yes, the toothpaste that has just been endlessly flipping through radio stations, completely unknowing about anything. It just kind of lived up on life. They slowly managed to inform that toothpaste, who happens to speak French, which makes sense now. Why, of course, that earlier episode is called La Salle D'attente, because toothpaste is French, presumably speaks French. So you can see they say merci beaucoup. No, they just say Mexi. They don't have enough vowels to say that. But they managed to barely lift it up with their strength, and they proceeded to teleport away onto San Francisco. So as they teleport away onto San Francisco, they go over there. They're fucked. Like, to being 100% straight up with you, I do not trust that fella to make it out alive in San Francisco for more than 3 days, considering just how unbelievably they need rehabilitation. But like, we'll see. And eventually we end up teleporting back to Eri, and we're back, but in the daytime, with Texty, of course, there as the laptop. But we proceed to go into this little cave where Eri is right there, being like, hi. They proceed to be relatively normal with this. We have this massive confrontation where they're being like, what the fuck are you doing? And Eri just goes like, I'm doing the elimination. There's don't destroy the computer. We end up having Liam go like, fine, you won't send it, they'll proceed to do it. The computer is a little bit of a what the fuck. Which fair, yeah, I mean, I will admit, if I was to imagine what a program for controlling a universe, dimension, planet creating thing, I would also presume that it would be a pretty complicated and nonsensical program. So I understand it. And, it puts things into perspective a little bit for Eri, right? Where it's like, well, why does it take this guy, like ages to make a cloud? Well, that's why. How do you code a cloud into that? Like, I don't know. And this guy has to figure, like, this guy is inventing it. Like, if you think about it, right? Like, I mean, like, yeah, sure, the coding might be there, it might be there, but like, he doesn't know any of it. He just has to do it, right? And that's out of the thing about Eri. You notice what Eri is, okay? Is it time to talk about Eri? I think it's time to talk about Eri. Because as they go to pick some fellas, what are they? They go over to pick out some reeds, and they proceed to have a little bit of a conversation while they're chatting there. And we proceed to have, Eri talk. And, of course, the one thing that ends up standing out to Eri, that ends up standing out to Liam super primarily about Eri, is that, there seems like they don't mind. Like, that's kind of the weird thing about it, because of course you think Eri's some super villain guy, right? But no, Eri's like relatively chill with it. It seems like, okay, this is a person, right? And they just talk, they answer relatively honestly, but we show up here with Eri, and you can see what mainly boils Eri down in every single one of these aspects is that Eri is just so unbelievably, unequivocally lonely. There is no one else. There is not any other soul on this planet. There is not another living being. Eri is here in this place that's relatively nice, I will admit, and it also allows him to build planets. And he's like, okay, I found this, because remember, we're chatting about a radio time machine. Like, of course, they know the FMs to put the radio because of Stone, which, by the way, again, still bullshit that they can put it, that they can input it and it doesn't take 7 hours. But if we're presuming that, we still have like the situation where, like, yeah, you're just lonely, and you eventually, it doesn't matter what Eri talked like. It doesn't matter how Eri was socially. If you spend 10 years alone, you kind of learn to not talk because there's no reason to, right? There's no, like, if you're alone for ages, you will just eventually stop talking, right? Because there's no reason for you to talk. Then you stop talking, you get quieter as to not alert anything, right? And you end up slowly over time going completely mute, right? Which kind of, you can see, sort of happens here. You end up understanding a social situation less. You don't realize when something is as serious because you become horrendous at picking up social cues because you have never had any social cues to pick up, right? So you answer everything in your now near mute tone, and you answer everything at a direct face value, right, without like any meaning or like, you know, trying to mediate like basically Eri can't ever try to alleviate a complaint because they don't know how to, right? There's nothing there for anything to really there's nothing there. There's no knowledge at the end of the day. Any knowledge that Eri had about how to deal with social situations is gone, right? Which means that he ends up being there, and there's not even any like instinctive reaction. You can tell because like Liam literally shows up. Okay, Liam shows up to Eri's house, to Eri's planet, which nobody has been there for 10 years, and Eri doesn't know how to react. They don't have a reaction, you know? Eri just, which, by the way, you have a real name. You probably forgot it. I'm gonna be 100% for real. Like I'm saying Eri because we don't know this fella's name. I don't know if they remember their name, but if they're from Earth, then presumably they did. But like either way, they proceed to kind of be like, they don't have a reaction because they don't know what it is that they can even do, you know. Just go like, oh, okay, all right, because like, it's a situation that's unfounded. It's a situation that they don't have a mediation to. So it's really interesting. I mean, presumably, I guess they would have been familiar to the concept that, yes, just how they randomly found this little planet. Technically, it is possible for another entity in this multiverse to be able to teleport to their place, right? So, like, it is possible that eventually somebody would find them, but, like, for the meanwhile, and the maybe hundreds of years that would require, they would end up being, you know, relatively solid with that. But as they end up doing that, they end up finding the cassette player, and they proceed to ask for it back, and they go like, okay, fine, we'll do that. So that way I'll send the contestants back tomorrow. So yeah, they agree to do it for it. They make bedding for Backpack, or, you know, Liam, and as there, Liam slips. However, the problem with Liam slipping is that Eri manages to hold them. However, the zipper that was mildly open for the sake of getting the notes out fully opens, and everything drops down. Seeing how distraught they are by it, Eri proceeds to allow Liam to fall down. That way they can maybe fetch whatever was in the backpack. The notes are in the backpack, but the notes proceed to get destroyed. Alongside us is, by the way, the very important note that is there. That is the one note that has currently completely not mattered. 5. I have remembered that note a couple of times because it's appeared once, I think, during the montage. There's a note that says 5 and there's a circle. That is, I think, the only one of the notes in Stone's like section of drawn notes that we don't know what is by now, right? Like, we know that all of the others were radio stations, different people. We know that of course, the location, we know the address for the fella, but we don't know what that 5 means. That 5 doesn't make sense still, and it's really interesting. And alongside those, the charger proceeds to drop down. We end up having Backpack just cry their heart out, thinking that, hey, we're here. And then we end up having some discovery, where, how do I say this? Eri proceeds to, you know, tell their story that they've been here for like longer than a decade, and they've been trying to set up One. We explain how the story of One was, and that apparently they accidentally crushed the planet after they found out they could do it, and you know, everybody kind of died. So, oops. Because they didn't figure out, presumably, that they didn't find out, they hadn't found a respawn system yet, and which I think it did say one time that presumably Eri wouldn't have known about respawns, but yeah, Eri didn't have a respawn system prepared, and they didn't know, presumably, that they had to shrunk something down to just try dropping a rock onto a planet and being like a meteor, which is really funny. But other than that, we end up having, yeah, the cassette player sort of getting as the cassette player slowly getting fixed there by Eri. Yeah, you start just kind of realizing that, I mean, in general, when all you have is the technology, is like a baseline of the technology, you probably can figure it out, right? Like, it's a really intriguing prospect. It's just like, hold on, like, imagine, okay, if you place somebody in a room and then there's nothing that they can do except the computer and coding, except the computer that can code, and that's about it. Would they learn how to code? Would they do that? Would they learn how, like, really, would somebody be able to learn how to code if they're just alone and all they have is the opportunity? Because they feel so difficult to do. Because, like, you gotta respect it. In a way, you gotta respect it. Like, nobody knows how to make a planet. Eri is the only person who has the remotest understanding of this. You know, the only person has the remotest understanding of how this plays out, and that is entirely accumulated knowledge from just trying bullshit for 10 years. You know, like, at the end of the day, it's the only thing that this fella has really had to do for like ages, but it makes sense, right? But you can see from how they say that they think they're making a that they think they're doing a pretty good job, and like you can really, then again, you can feel the honesty in the voice. The honesty in Eri's voice is palpatably understandable. It's it's very moving in a way. Like when you hear it and then you go like, oh, you know, it's a very awe voice, because it's like, oh my god, like this fella believes it. This fella believes it. Eri truly believes that they are doing a good job, and at the end of the day, are they doing a good job? I'd be like, I have to say yes, right? Like, you with in the situation that Eri is hosting this in, which is he's the only person who can realistically know anything about anything. He's been alone for 10 years, and he like doesn't seem to have the capabilities of just figuring out anything. You know, it doesn't have the capabilities of choosing contestants. It doesn't have the capability. The challenges, the only metrics that he has for challenges are entirely just what he has in this friggin' forest, right? So he can't even build something in, like, you know, he can't build something extra. He just has to. He has what he has. He has wood and water, which is why every challenge boils down to wood and water. Right? It's like you built a pool and then you shrunk it down, right? Like you built a little container, you built a bucket or something, you brought it down, you took some logs and you shrunk them down, right? Like all of this makes sense. And it's like, I mean, with the resources that you have and the situation that you're in, and the fact you're the only person, yeah, you are doing a good job. Now I can't argue with you. You know, like I literally can't. It's genuinely unbelievable. Texty there from the hut ends up going over and telling them to kill Eri. That's the idea. Kill Eri. Eri has done unpalatable evil, so we should get rid of him. Maybe, however, well, first of all, Taxi, you know, hasn't seen the conversations pretty much. You know, they don't quite get to see Eri, but you can tell that Liam kind of doesn't want to do it. And eventually, Taxi asks if they have the charger, and immediately they just shut down the computer and go like, okay, we need to keep Taxi around for as long as humanly possible. So we need to sort of just try to clock it. Okay, try to do anything. Close down, save the battery. First of all, Eri, we've just discovered is like a genius. So you could probably charge Taxi. Sure. I mean, there's a computer. I guess that's like a different plug, right? I don't know, but like I think Eri could charge Taxi. I think you could. But like it is truly very intriguing. They fix, I think, a majority of their cassette tape, and then they proceed to go over, pick up and they proceed to make the next challenge by shrunking down an additional planet, taking in the sand. They drop it down and they proceed to find the rock in the Palestine, and that ends up being the challenge. And you see the entire reason that Eri does it is boiled down to one frame. The frame of them looking at the planet with a little subtle smile. Why? Because it's entertainment. At the end of the day, it's entertainment, and it speaks to one of the core values of life. Okay, one of the core values of life is entertainment, right? Is the quest for entertainment. You were searching to be entertained at the end of the day, right? Like, that is one of the core values of living. And you can see Eri here really, really try to, like, go, like, and, you know, Eri has pretty much found this as the way to build entertainment, and it's so much better than any other entertainment that he could possibly have. He just wants to look at them and see them do the you know, like, he's just looking at it in a way. He's a spectator, he's the host, but he gets to sit back and be entertained for a bit in the one thing in this guy's life that is entertainment. The one piece of content that he has to watch is the one that he spent the decade creating, and it's understandable that he doesn't want, in a way it starts being understandable. He doesn't want it to end, right? He wants to keep it moving. That's why he adds contestants when he figures it out. It's the extend challenges, so, like, all this stuff's very important, and it's like, oh, God, it's truly something. It's truly something, and they've managed to make Eri simplify. Like, I have to. It's just, you know, I don't necessarily, like, here's the deal. When, like, there is a bit of a trope of, oh, the villain, you're sympathetic, you should feel bad, right? Like, I understand that is a trope in media nowadays. However, like, this is good. This is a good way to do it, right? Because, again, the crumbs are all there, and you can tell, like, you know, Eri isn't. You could tell from the beginning that Eri wasn't necessarily trying to do evil things, and it was really intriguing, but yeah, and, like, if you think about it, like, again, it's just a show that's smart, because, you know what, you thought about it, it's just like Calculator thinks it's a dream. Why does Calculator think it's a dream? Because if you remember, the challenge takes like 6 hours, right? If right as the elimination was about to happen, they try to set up the next challenge. That means that the show, season 1, probably lasts about 7 hours. That's about the time of his sleep. Calculator could realistically fully 100% think it's a dream, because now it makes sense. Like, it's just oh, this show's so good. This show's so fucking good. Oh, love this. Love this. Okay. You know what? Do I even have an idea? Oh, dude, I have this frame. I have the frame of Eri looking at the planet. That might be one of the greatest frames I've ever seen. Not for any technical detail, but it's just this one frame. It speaks so much. It speaks so much to everything. In a dark cave with nothing there except the computer that you're the only one who can use, with the planet that's like your terrarium, and you just look at it and you're smiling at the one light that you have. Oh. I don't know. I don't have a prediction. I don't think, does this show end well? I don't remember if one ends well. I don't remember if one ends well. Cause, like, I've heard people talk about one, you know, but, like, I've not. Did it end? Did it have a happy ending? Do I think it has a happy ending? Does one have a happy ending? I don't think it does. I really don't. I don't think one has a happy ending. Right? Does it? Oh, God. I'm really trying to remember. I'm trying to remember anything. No, I'm not trying to remember something specific. I'm just trying to see. Like, because I've heard one sometimes. Like, it feels like info. It's a move. Oh, God. I don't think, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't think there's a happy ending. I don't think there's an ending where Eri gets saved or something. I think it will end badly, at least for Eri. But, we'll have to see. One quick detail, though. Before I move to episode 18, one quick detail I want to point out is that, just want to say, it's intriguing how, Eri's capability of bringing people over seems to be unrelated to the capability of the universe teleportation. That's, like, the one thing that I'm a bit confused by. Why? Because I'm a bit confused by the fact that that he brought people from Earth. He knows are from Earth, right? And he proceeds to, say, however, here that he doesn't want to try to flick through the radio stations to find Earth again. So that's like really intriguing, because that means that he's capable of interacting with Earth without having the capability of going to Earth, which I feel like that is really intriguing. Because I feel like, hey, like, wouldn't you have, like, I don't know, a universe code or anything for a character for a person from Earth, right? That's what I'm thinking, right? Because like you're capable of sending them back, you're capable of sending them in. You're capable of doing both of those things, but you're not capable of sending yourself to Earth, right? That's why I'm kind of confused. I mean, maybe you don't want to be on Earth, right? For any hundreds of reasons, right? However, like, I think it's really intriguing how he just says he doesn't want to look for one. I mean, that he wouldn't already know, right? When, like, I feel like there's a reasonable idea that you would be able to, right? Like, from the knowledge, I feel like one would lead to the other. But, I mean, maybe not, but it just feels like it would make more sense if one was the other, right? Like, you know, if, like, you can, like, what do you mean? You can interact with Earth, send people in and out, but you don't have the capability of knowing where it is that Earth is, so that way you can't ever go back to if you die, right? Like, kind of that world. That's like the one thing that I'm confused about. That's the one thing that I don't really get, right? Is that, like, I think you can go back to Earth, right? I mean, surely you might. I don't know. It just feels like a thing you would know. it's just a thing you would know. But okay, all right. That's that. I have no idea what is up. I don't think I'm gonna be honest. I'm bracing for impact because I have a feeling it's gonna be bad for the characters involved. 118 is titled, self-titled. Here we go. That is the finale of one. That is the finale of one. Self-titled 118. Okay. What do we say about that, gamers? What do we say about that, chat? Oh my god. Okay. That is a interesting take on the situation. Okay, so alright, so what is this show doing? This show is doing the writing thing. Okay, that we have seen various shows that take this kind of heavy pull on your heartstrings approach, and it's the end, and it's because what has been proven, I guess, to pull on your heartstrings in a way the most is when an ending didn't end, technically, right? When it doesn't just happen, right? When, like, it leaves you with more information, like, it leaves you with a future. You know, in a way, that is what pulls on your heartstrings the most, you know? That was one of the things that, which does. It just closes itself off at a non-conclusion. And by concluding at a non-conclusion, it hits on your heartstrings more because you go like, fuck, you know? It's just, it's insanity, right? Because, like, you're left with so many thoughts at the end of it because it's not done, right? At the end of the day, it's not done, you know? In a way where, like, you know, the story, in a way where it would be concluded, it's not. There feels like there would be more to this, right? However, it's not, you know, it's just, despite the fact that there is still a future, basically what I'm saying is that it ends before the future stops being affected by one. Basically, everybody is still affected by one, and it directly kind of, you know, impacts the situation. And that is one of the writing tactics that gets you to feel the most, right? It's in the same way that the Nightly Manor did it, right? The Nightly Manor season 1, which I think like, you know, at the end of the day, what does it do? It just plays itself out. It just, no, the Nightly Manor in general, it just plays itself out to that exact same idea, right? And I think it's a nice comparison point because it shows off to the two shows do very similar things. The Nightly Matter does it a lot, where like you see an episode an episode of like Mouse and spray paint, right? Or spray bottle. What happens is that eventually spray bottle, you get to see them and they're on the bed and they're still there, right? And it's like, you see, it's one of those things where it's like there's a future, there is a future there, but we won't get to see it because we're supposed to think of it ourselves, right? And in the same way that happens here, there is a future to one at the end of the day. Like that thing still matters. However, it's not something that's gonna eventually happen. It's not something that we're gonna get to see. It's just something that we're gonna need to do. We're gonna need to title it ourselves. And yeah, so well, I mean, of course, I'm not really describing the events of the episode because I'm just presuming that you kind of know them. We end up that the characters have actually been able to pull on the plug once before. Ever just kind of gets plugged back in. It doesn't really work. As they do that, we proceed to have Liam finds out the characters. Oh no, let me speed on do this. Liam finds that there's a theoretical season 3 being in production, where we end up getting characters that other people knew. So that for the previous characters knew, that way they will be maybe good contestants as well. We end up having Liam go absolutely insane over this, and they proceed to try to murder Ari over this. And they eventually proceed to break their leg as a log falls on them. Despite that, Ari still decides which, by the way, we never get to find out your name. That might be the worst part of it all. That's such a testament. We don't get to find out Ari's name. What was Ari's real name? That stings. But anyways, they still proceed to get them back and make a cast for them, very similar to the one which was brought when they broke their leg. But they fix their cassette player, and then right as they do, they proceed to slip on the rock, which Backpack slipped the day before, and they just fall down and they die, which it's really interesting because, in a way that was of course what Liam just tried to do, but we proceed to see the backstory of them and eventually what tends to happen. Now, do I understand why one ends here? Yeah, I do. Because the way that the story places itself in limbo, right? Like the way that one places itself in the story is it just puts itself in a limbo, right? Because it's like, okay, the characters are still in one. The Liam is now currently forever stuck there because the notes are gone. Right, Stone's notes are all completely gone, which we never get to find out what that 5 was on about. What was that 5 about, man? What the fuck was that 5 about? What is the point of that note? No, I'm being for real with you. What is the point of that note? 5? 5? Just a circle with 5 on it. That mean a circle with 5 people on it, but there's more than 5 contestants. I don't know, but either way, what was it? I don't know. Circle with 5. Sorry, I just got majorly off topic. Is that I play stuff in a limbo because, like, okay, Liam is presumably, just there, stuck there. Now, I mean, they can die, but again, yeah, they will just go back to the radio station. We had to find out that the waiting room for Ari is the place that he just was in, is, the hut, but with the radio on it. And it stings. It does sting for everybody involved. And what presumably, I guess, would happen from there, right? It's the only real avenue that Liam, who, has to just stay there now and needs to be the one to figure it out. They need to take, like, Ari's life work and relearn it, right? They need to learn it themselves. They need to take what's currently going on and they just need to do it themselves until eventually, after years, they'll probably eventually figure it out and be able to at least send those contestants back. Maybe send those contestants back. Maybe under a universe they could send Ari here again. But, like, in general, it would be a problem. Where, like, it would be a long run type of thing, right? It would be a long run type of thing. And again, as far as we're aware, unless of course Stone got TP'd back or something, which I guess would be possible, we end up having Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but like it would just be down to Liam has to figure out what Eri was doing, and then eventually from there he can fix it. Right? That's roughly where the lore one would continue. So I understand why there's not a need for another episode. If because when I think of these, I did okay. I'm gonna be honest and honest. I'm gonna understand honest. It's definitely, of course, because like it does their job well. Okay, these endings, they do their job well, and I give them all the praise for it. Absolutely give all the praise for it. I will say, in my honest, personal opinion, I do think that I prefer it when a series ends. Yeah, you know, like in a weird, I prefer it when the story is wrapped. Where like from there, nothing related to the story will continue happening, right? I think it's just better, right? Because like I understand that, you know, at the end of the day, it speaks a lot to you. Like, you know, it speaks a lot, especially to a creative, to sort of allow their world to be open, right? To sort of allow a world to be open, allow a world to exist, right? With to allow something to be completed while still keeping an open world, right? Understand that there's a lot of creative value in that, and that's why pieces of media do it, right? However, I do really think that it's like more satisfying, at least to me personally, when there is an ending. You know, it's more satisfying. And it's like, okay, you're not supposed to be satisfied. Yeah, but like you could do that emotion as well. You can do both. You know, in a way, I feel like you can. In my opinion, you can. You know, you can have an episode like this, and then have more episodes. You know, like for example, it is possible. Like that Nightly Manor episode I said, right? Like that wasn't the last episode of the Nightly Manor. That was like episode 4 or something, right? No, that was episode 5. Sorry, that was episode 5. There was another episode, right? But that doesn't stop the actual moment. That doesn't stop the actual moment from feeling great, right? Like if one had ended, with at least the knowledge, you know, with eventually them getting back and getting happy, right? If one had ended like that, I would not personally say that the rest of the series would have been harmed by it. In my opinion, no. I don't think 117, I don't think this episode, I don't think any of the other episodes, I don't think any of them get harmed by this. I don't think that that the community would dwindle because a show ended happily, right? So many pieces of media, they have movies, right? Movies end, books end the story, right? Those do that. But just because of that, what do you mean? People don't make fan art? No, they do. People do. They do that, right? Like, I don't know. Personally, like, I'm in like a one-shot community, and like, I mean, those people still they do stuff. They make stories. They make AUs. They make fan art, right? Because like, even if the story ended, like it happened, you know, and it can have one of these kind of half endings and then end, right? Which one shot, by the way, as the game does that, it ends in that type of half ending, and then it added on later a full ending, right? It still doesn't make the half ending any less impactful. So in my honest personal opinion, it is possible, like, in my personal opinion, I don't think it hurts a show under any circumstance to have a proper ending, in my opinion. Okay, so you might disagree, you might very well disagree, and I 100% understand. There are a lot of positive values that I can get from doing endings like this and making your vision like that, where you don't necessarily have to make a clear cut, this is how it ends. I understand. There's totally value. I will respectfully disagree. However, I totally understand. But that doesn't, again, as I said, whether it does or it doesn't, I do personally think that this episode's still really good. This episode was still really good because it's so intriguing. At least it leaves you with a lot to think about. And I mean, I think that one of the, like, of course, the thing that stands out to you the most about this episode is definitely just the fact that Eri just kind of dies. You know, Eri doesn't die by some big confrontation. Eri doesn't die by any big way. Eri just dies how they would have usually died, which is just by slipping and falling, right? Which it's really intriguing. Like, yeah, it's the one thing where it's like Liam had no involvement in the eventual death of the Eri, right? Like it's think that is by far, I think, the most hitting part about it, where it's like the story, like, in a way didn't change. You know, like in a way didn't change, and it's really, really intriguing. But yeah, that is one. Dude, how do I even begin to say my full thoughts on this as a series? Because it just leaves so much on the mind. You know, it just leaves so many questions on the mind. So many details. You know, so fucking many details. Just for fuck's sake, man. Like, I really want to know who Stella was. You know? Like, I really want to know. I can make it up, but I just want to know, you know? Maybe it's egotistical, but I just want to know. There's something to just be decent, like, it's just knowledge, you know? Knowledge is good. I'm somebody who likes appreciating knowledge, you know? Like, I can invent my own theories, and you see I do it all the time, but I really want to see the actual interpretation of it. I don't know, but, like, whatever. The show is really good. The show is excellent. It is a testament to truly what is next to perfection writing. It manages, like, it really, like, despite the fact, of course, it doesn't try an ending, but, like, despite that, it's still, as you can see, like, which is, you know, an ending is the most dangerous part. You skip the end, you skip the dangerous part. You're playing safe. No, I'm joking. But it is true, though. It is true. Not making a half ending is the safest way to do an ending. Just say that is true, by the way. Like, in a way, you're not taking a risk by doing what this episode does, right? If you're doing what this episode does, you're directly not taking the risk that you would have taken by making an ending, because people might not like it. So it is the safest way to go about it. But anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, it is masterful in terms of writing. It is absolutely masterful in terms of writing. It understands its characters to a degree of complexity that we can literally only dream of, right? It has such a good way of spreading out episodes. That's like it spreads out episodes, and it drops in just what is needed about each of them, you know, to make something big happen in each. And that is, like, throughout the show, that was the thing that kept impressing me the most. It was like, the show, it's not that long. You know, like, you might be wondering, okay, you're here for 4 hours and it's not that long. Okay, I get it. However, like, it's not, like, that long. Okay? Each episode is not, like, immensely long, you know? It's not like Teapot out here with 40 minutes, right? But, like, despite the fact that no episode is that long, it still manages to, in general, kind of, just make each one important. And it was so impressive. It's like, hey, this is a big new detail. Hey, this episode's a big new detail. Every episode of One is directly vital to its existence. One doesn't function without any of its episodes. That is one of the most impressive parts about it. It really is. Right? The only episode that you can live without, I think, is 1-5. Right? Because at the end of the day, Charlotte's story arc ends up as, you know, entirely, like, how to say this? Like, Charlotte's story arc ends up as not relevant. in a way, you know, like, you just end up being there forever. You know, you end up being one of the people that's stuck there, and it's like, well, I don't know. There's not a lot to it. right? In the sense where it's like, okay, it's interesting. It's an interesting character. Nothing happens after that, you know. So like technically, you can skip that episode, but in general, that it's just it does very well. Voice acting is something that I said it wasn't too hard. However, especially in the latest episodes, definitely absolutely locked in. I think every character has had important moments. Liam's VA did really good. Emilia's VA did really good on the crying scene, especially. Bryce managed to show incredible. Bryce's VA managed to show incredible emotion. Eri had such an excellent focus, you know, like it's technical, you know, by technicality it's the simplest voice. However, what you add, it's also the one with the most complexity, right? Because like you know, it's so, by the intonation of everything, by the little subtle giggles, by everything, it's all tinily important. I know it's a little bit important, and it helps out flesh out what is the most complex character of them all. Eri has a character complexity. Again, I can't imagine it. There's so many fine details to Eri. It's one of the most incredible characters I've ever seen. Like and then they just die. It's insane. Yeah, it's crazy. In terms of animation, it takes a new art style, it just locks into it and makes it iconic. So that's absolutely something I absolutely recommend other shows do, by the way. I think that a lot of the time other shows kind of struggle with constantly trying to improve themselves, and therefore they end up kind of evolving their art style along the way, but then they can't lock into that art style, and it can't be like, hey, this looks like this, right? Like I've seen so many shows that just kind of switches up throughout, and I get it, but like that consistency, it can really make you, it can make it important, right? Because like one of the big details about One, it's how it looks, right? It has very iconic art style because the way the movements play out and everything, but it's like you know, it makes itself iconic by just being it. You know, it's a very thought out art style, and it plays to it 100% of the time, pretty much never deviating, other than, you know, the gags where they're in a different universe, right? So like absolutely I recommend, if you like try to stick to an art style, if you can, you know, unless it's like truly a massive upgrade, try to stick to an art style. Having an art style is great, very important. Yeah, I understand the cultural phenomenon now. I understand the phenomenon that One is of course one of the most discussed object shows ever. Despite the fact that I will point out that that it is interesting how One, you know, technically doesn't have that many views. Just saying. It doesn't technically have like an immense amount, you know, but you can tell that its viewer retention is great. Despite the fact that only 3 million people watch the most viewed episode, over 1 million stick around for the entire rest of the series, which means that in general One has an an around 50% retention rate, like, you know, like from episode 1 to episode 2, it retains about like 45% of its audience, and then from episode 2 to pretty much the rest of the series, it only ever drops by about like 15% or something, 15 to 20%. And the fact that for literally for 15 episodes One only loses 20% of its audience means that when you're hooked, so you can really see the rewards. And of course the last episodes go back up because they're the Eri episodes, but yeah, it is something. One is one of those series that yeah, I understand why. Is it one of the most impactful shows I've seen? It's yes, yeah. Is it? Yeah. I mean, like, okay, here's the thing. I'm sorry. I don't want to undermine One in any way. However, I will point out, I don't want to undermine One in many ways, but I will say I've not seen many shows that take... Sorry. I haven't seen many shows where I can directly look at this and One and say One helped this, right? In a way. Where, like, you know, there's not that many elements of One which I've seen in other shows because One is just so unique, right? So in a way, was it that impactful? I would say it was, of course, I've seen, I'm sure, especially stuff like The Nightly Manor takes some tips. Art style, of course, some people get inspired for stuff like Foul D2B, and just a bunch of other shows. But like in general, it is something that is relatively important. So yeah, it is impactful. I don't think it's like the most impactful, especially because again, like there's very few shows that try to take on this aspect. But if there's any show that of course try to take on the serious aspect, you can see a lot of One in those shows. So yeah, absolutely. But yeah, do I think more shows should be like One? It's difficult to say. Because like there's a certain degree, right, of something like One, right, where an object show historically, right, has always at the end of the day been fun, right? It's like BFDI was a show that was supposed to be fun. Inanimate Insanity is supposed to be fun, right? The big object shows have historically always supposed to be fun, right? It's only here when stuff like the Nightly Manor. And other stuff kind of comes in where you start to kind of think it through, and it's like, well, if I'm making something of this level, should it be an object show? There turns to a certain degree where it's like, honestly, I can fully understand. Personally, I'm full 100% a believer that object shows can be this dark. Object shows can be dark. Object shows can be serious. Object shows can tell serious storylines. Because why the fuck not? It's just an object. Like, it's just an object saying it, right? Like, it's fine, right? I absolutely believe that an object show can be serious, right? However, I 100% understand that there's a certain degree of story. We're telling it under the means of an object show. Right? It will be watched by a primary object show audience, right? And all that stuff. Where it's like, at that point, maybe you don't want to make an object show, right? Maybe you just want to make an indie film. And I think that's what Cheesy did next, right? Cheesy made like what the hell did Cheesy make? Cheesy made Paraguay. Paraguay? Is that Paraguay like the country? I don't know. This is I think a cancelled series that we don't get to know. That I won't watch, and we don't really get to know much about because I think Cheesy has just kind of stopped creating. However, in general, it's one of the things like I can totally understand that like the one level of story arc is like, I mean, it's directly related to an object because of course there is a show happening. However, it starts to veer into the territory of this is so serious and so thought out to where it's like the fact that it's an object show might hinder it. However, I personally disagree. I see that opinion, and I understand it. However, no, I absolutely do think object shows can be a very nice way of telling serious stories. First of all, I know even though younger audiences would watch it, but younger audiences can't like good things. Like, come on now, like younger audiences can like a serious movie. Many movies in the past have been super serious, and it's been really popular with younger audiences. Even back in the olden days, Lion King, iconic, Bambi, those Disney movies, or like Death, very prominently shown, and like in general, like Lost and all that stuff, very prominently shown. Like, those are great movies, and kids love those, right? So, like, I don't think necessarily just appealing to having a younger potential fan base is bad. However, I don't think that it's bad. And object shows act as a very nice launching pad because, like, if One and the other show, Pareg or whatever, had swapped out, right? Would the one without object show in this name be important? I don't know. I don't really know. Because it acts as a very nice launching pad to projects. So if you're trying to make a product, I do think the object show community is very interesting. But the object show community, it's a very nice launching pad for projects, and even of a serious caliber. So I absolutely think serious projects can be appreciated. One is a great proof of it. It can be enjoyed by younger audiences, and the OSC can act as a very good launching pad for shows and projects. So I do personally believe that good stuff this is. That good stuff this is, and I think that if anybody else wants to try to make something like One, it's so hard. It's so hard. However, if anybody else ever wants to try, I absolutely think that you should. I think One is a success, and I think if something else tries to be in the One ballpark, I absolutely think it'll succeed as well. So, if there's any future One attempts, I absolutely do think. What does One stand for? I don't know. I don't know. What could it stand for? No, I don't know. Of course, because it being called One would make sense if he just created the show on the spot, right? And he just called it, hey, this is Object Show number 1, right? Because it's my first show. However, like, I don't know. As an acronym, no idea. No idea. But again, it's one of those questions we won't ever find out. Isn't that great? We'll get to theorize and speculate about it forever. We're gonna ask, nope. No, we won't. We won't. Will we ever get it? Will we ever get satisfied? Nope. We'll just have that linger for the rest of our lives. Isn't that fun? Alright. That's all I think I can really say about One. I've yapped on about it for way too long now. But yeah, let's close ourselves off. That is One. That is the full episode 100 of Object Catchup, and I could not be happier for having done it. I'm so happy to have watched One. It's been one of those things that I've had like mild FOMO of for ages. I was like, fuck, this is the thing everybody's been talking about. I don't know about it. But I knew that like if ever since I started doing Catchup, I was like, One is a thing that I'm gonna have to get to. It has to be a special moment though, because it's too big of a thing to not. Yeah, it really is. I understand everybody's enamored with it. The characters have such incredible complexity to them that makes them super memorable, super interesting, and the story's super intriguing. So many interesting details about this universe. So many of them that we don't get to hear. I've already said, I personally think that it would benefit if we heard them, but like in general, like the act of being able to theorize about them forever is also really intriguing, right? But in general, yeah, it is good stuff. It is good stuff. Maybe on my spare time, I'll watch that video essay about One that has 1 million views. No, how many does view? There's like a thing. Hold on, it's called like the hopeless reality or something. The hopeless reality of One. Yeah, what is it? How many views does this thing have? 1.1 million. Yeah, it is a thing. Okay. Yeah, we do not know what the video is, but I might watch it on my spare time. I mean, of course, I won't make a catch up on. Yeah, video essay catch-up. Welcome to the show where I watch video essays and I dispute their facts strongly. No, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, I might watch that in my spare time because I've heard it's a really good video. But I hope that at least I was able to say some smart things. Sometimes when I'm chatting about shows like this that are so smart, when I'm chatting about a show that is obviously just so unbelievably intelligent, I feel really dumb when saying anything, Like, it was a thought in the back of my mind for, like, the entirety of episode 17. In the entirety of episode 17, I was like, okay, this is what, like, I say my genuine thoughts, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, am I being really stupid and I actually don't understand anything? Because, like, maybe, I don't know, the show might just be 100 IQ points above me, but I hope that I was able to say some smart things, and say some things that people either agree on as true or like at least as our new perspective. Maybe it's a new perspective, maybe it's not, just anything. Okay, I hope that I said things that were satisfactory to listen to about this great show that exists from a creator that is retired. And yeah, that will be all, because I'm getting rushed out, and that's probably a good idea. Because it's late, and this outro's already been going for ages. Everything's been going for ages. Thank you for 100 episodes. thank you for what's the sub count right now? Come on, let me get an accurate reading. 314 subs currently as of me recording it. Thank you for everything. I will try to get more catch-up episodes out soon, but no promises, considering I will be busy throughout pretty much all of early March, but I will try my absolute best. I thank all of you for absolutely everything, and yeah, I hope to be able to give you more episodes of RJ Catchup, and yeah, more than ever. Saying that sentence has I'm very proud. Okay, I'm very proud. It's small achievements in the grander scheme, right? It's small achievements to many people. However, for somebody who personally never believed that doing this whole audience thing would work, the fact that there are actual people here that have watched Catchup and want Catchup episodes and appreciate it, and show creators who like it and everything that is involved with it does make me appreciate it like a lot, and it makes me in a way, it does make you emotional about it. So yeah, truly, just thank all of you. And I want to take this time to really say it, because like I'm afterwards we're gonna go back to regularly scheduled Catchup, right? But for this time, thank you, and thank you. If you're listening to this, that means you're real G. And yeah, on to more Catchup. For one, well, I can't say we're all caught up, because there are the investigations that I could watch sometime, but I'm not gonna right now. Okay, we're all caught up for the main series of 1. See you next time.